What about this?
What about that? What about that? What about that? What about that? What about this? What about this? What about this?
What about that? What about this?
What about that? What about that? What about that? What about that? What about this? What about this? What about this?
What about that? What about this?
What about that? What about that? What about that? What about that? What about this? What about this? What about this?
What about that? What about this?
What about that? What about that? What about that? What about that? What about this? What about this? What about this?
What about this?
What about that? What about that?
What about that?
What about that? What about that?
And peace, folks. Welcome back to another edition of the Proper Thought Series right here on the old T.P.O.T. YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Tonight, because we all know that X is these old mamas, man. But we're going to be talking about something a little different tonight about these old mamas. So, if you are a person who thinks women are God, if you worship your old mammy, if you think she can do no wrong, this is probably not the stream for you. Because I am going to ruffle your feathers tonight. I am going to hurt your feelings if you are sensitive about old mama. And guess what? I'll be doing it on purpose. But before we get started, y'all know we always start the stream with me thanking you, good folk, for your likes, your shares, your views, your subs, and of course, your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces, because I realize you don't have to do it, man. You don't have to watch these goddamn streams. You don't have to show up night after night. You don't have to sub. You don't have to like. And you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned coins. But you good folk, you choose to do so, man. And I don't take you lightly, man. I never have and I never will. You got my word on that. I'm humbled. I'm honored. Thankful for all you good folks. I know I get up here sometime, man, and I say shit you don't like. And I'm going to continue to do so. Yeah, I'm going to continue to do so. But one thing I will never do, man, is disrespect you or take you lightly. So I thank you. All right. All right. So let's get at it. Not a lot of people here as of yet, so I might as well go ahead and do roll call. My brother Supreme is in the house. Oh man, I'm gonna miss him. He say he's not gonna be streaming no more. That's gonna suck. Maybe I can beat him in the head, y'all, and get him to I'll work on him, y'all. I will work on him. I promise. I will work on him and make him put some damn streams up. God damn it. Brother New in the house. Was good with it, brother New. Brother Obadiah is in the house. Was good with it, brother Obadiah. Lady Anna Rodriguez is in the house. Was good with it, Lady Anna. And brother Enigma is in the house. What's good with it, brother Enigma? See you up there, brother. So yeah, folk, tonight we're going to be talking about old mama. Because I know, you see your mom now, especially if you're like a millennial or a Gen Xer, maybe not so much the Gen Zs, but if you're a millennial or a Gen Xer, a lot of y'all grew up with your old mammy. It was just you and her, or you, her, your brothers and sisters, and probably grandma. So you love old mama. I know you do. You worship old mama. I know you do. I talk about it all the time. But if you are a millennial or a Gen Xer, mom probably looks like this now. She's old, gray, can maybe barely get around. She's a granny now. The grandkids come over. Damn, y'all dropping coins on the platform already? Jesus Christ, we ain't even got into it yet. Okay. But I shall acknowledge them, good folk. Shout out to Lady Anna with the $3 super chat. I appreciate that. Lady Anna, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, Lady Anna. Also, shout out to Brother Harlem World Breaker, a.k.a. SJ3, I think that is. My ass old, brother, so don't be mad if I got it wrong. With the $2 super chat, he says, salute, T.P.O.T. I appreciate you, brother. When you drop coin on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Dropping coins on the platform already. We ain't even started. But anyway, appreciate you, good folks. This is what mom looks like now, right? She's old. She's gray. She's probably churchy. She's trying to get you to go to church. She don't like you to curse. You must wipe your feet before you come into the house. All that stuff. Like I said, she's a grandma now. She can't wait for you to bring the kids over, so she can make them cookies and, spoil them and all that kind of stuff. But we see mom now. Mom looks like this. But mom didn't always look like this, did she? She may be 50, 60, 70 now. But 50 years ago, mom was 20. Yeah. I know it's hard to envision your mother when she was a young girl. When my brother is in the house, the one and only Nick Taylor. What's good with it, brother Taylor? My man. But I know it's hard to envision mom as a young girl, a young lassie. But mom used to be a young chick. She was a teenager, young, exploring the world, feeling herself, discovering what's going on in life. And she grew up a little bit, became a woman. Then she got out in the world and worked and made her bones and made her money. She might have had a corporate job, or something. Who knows? And then, of course, mom eventually hit the wall because this is what happens to mom, right? She ain't showing them legs no more. She ain't wearing them tight skirts no more. She ain't wearing those high heel shoes no more. She ain't rocking those jazzy hairstyles anymore. And then mom is this. She's not only a mother, she's possibly a grandmother. She's old. She's got a cane. She gets the early bird special because she up at like 5 in the morning, every morning, even though she don't work nowhere. She don't want to sleep too damn long because it's too close to death. This is the evolution of mom that you're looking here. From girl right on to an old biddy, right? But what we got to understand about old mama is that mama's just like everything else that's going on in this world, right? Because one thing everything on this planet is doing at the same time is what? No matter what it is. No matter what it is. What is that one thing? Does anybody know? Does anybody know the one thing that everything on this planet is doing at the same time, no matter what it is? Whether it's an animal, whether it's a human, whether it's this desk, this microphone, your car, the earth on the ground, the grass in front of your house. Everything on this planet is doing what at the same time? Does anybody know? Does anybody know? I'll tell you what it is. Getting older. Oh, my man Nick Taylor got it. Rest of y'all ain't as smart as him. Nick Taylor got it. That's right. Brother Taylor, we are all aging. Everything's aging. Your car is aging. Your house is aging. Everything's getting older. And it's no different for your old mama. See this age progression photo I have here for you good folk. See? Mom goes through it just like everybody else. In fact, I'm going to leave this up here. Because we look at mom and we're like, oh, she had us. She took care of us. She raised us. Now, those of you who had a decent mother, you probably don't witness the things that I talk about up here. You don't witness the abuse. You don't witness her being a crackhead or a whore. You don't witness her leaving your home by yourself for days. You don't witness her traipsing men in and out the house. If you had a decent mom. But guess what? All of our moms were young at one time. All of our moms were out there. All our moms were virgins at one time. All of our moms had that first kiss, that first date, that first baby. Even if you're an only child, your mom went through that. She went through it. But what kind of person was your mom? Before, during, and after having you, having us. Now, some of our moms, like I said, were decent moms, right? Some of our moms was the matriarch of our families. There with our dad, raising us, doing what she was supposed to do because she had kids. But then again, some of our moms spent all their time partying, hanging out, doing this, right? This was some of our moms, wasn't it? Always in the club, always partying, always high, always chasing a penis. And let's be honest, some of our moms were whores. Now, I know we like to think that, whores just got invented, within the past 10 years. They just got invented 10 years ago. So they couldn't have been our mom, right? What's good with it, Brother Terrence? Brother Paul in the house. What's good with it, man? I see you up there, brothers. Now, I know we like to think that whores just were invented lately. They were invented with the rise of social media. I know that's what some of us believe. But newsflash, brothers, it's not true. It is not true. Believe it or not, some of us were conceived in a nightclub bathroom. Believe it or not, some of us were conceived in the back of a Chevy Impala. Some of us were conceived because somebody gave your mama a $20 bag of crack. Yeah. 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 Some of us were conceived because mom was just irresponsible. Some of us tricked babies. Mom was just out there tricking and messed around, and one of those semen squirts caught. And here you are. I often say this, and I know y'all have heard me say this before. Those of you whose mom is still alive and she's older, Go to mom one day and ask her, Mom, why was I born? And see what she tells you. See what she tells you. Especially if you don't know who your father is and she don't know who it is. Because see, if she don't know who your father is, that means you can't. There's no way you can know, right? Unless you're connected to him by telekinesis. But those of you raised with an old mama, and a lot of you who were raised with your old mama and you have contact with your father, you still can go and ask Mom, Mom, why was I born? She won't answer you. What she'll tell you is, why do you want to know that? Why are you asking me that? Because a lot of our moms, they don't know why we were born, man. They have no idea. It's not like they're going to sit you down and say, oh, well, me and your father, we sat down at the table and we talked about it and we said, come on, we're going to have a baby. Nah, most of you are not going to get that answer. She doesn't know why you were born, man. All she knows is she fucked somebody. That's it. Her and your old pappy, they got together. They was fucking. 9 months later, here you come. That's just the truth. Some of you were conceived in the back of the woods. Some of you were conceived at a party somewhere. Some of you are one of the 5 dudes that ran a train on your mama. And yeah, I know it hurts. Yeah, it hurts. I know it do. But see, the What About series here, we're about telling the secrets, brothers. Because we are secretive people, are we not? We keep a lot of secrets. And no one keeps secrets more than old mama. Because see, mom old now, she's old and she's churchy. She in church 3 times a week, 4 times a week. Everything is about God, Jesus, and some of our moms will speak in tongues when she get mad at you. Point at that picture of Jesus on the wall when she chastising you. Threatens you with God. God gonna get you, boy. And my favorite, God don't like ugly. Threatens you with God. She'll sick God on you in a minute. But take old mama back 30 years, 40 years. She wasn't thinking about God then, was she? Mom out there with her legs open, living the dream, chasing penises, getting high, getting drunk, leaving you wherever she could so she could get another one of you up in her gut. But old mom's different now, ain't she? She's just a sweet old lady right now, right? A lot of our moms, they ain't in the best of health. Use walkers and canes and yeah. Hard to imagine her 20 years old, right? Hard to imagine her as a teenager, walking through high school, switching in front of young boys. getting banged underneath the bleachers. Yeah, that was your mama. That was your mama. Look at Brother Perfect Black. What's good with it, Brother Perfect Black, my Chi-Town brother? He says, what's up, bro X? My mother ran the streets before and after me. Now, y'all know me. I've been talking about these old mamas for years. So this isn't new stuff coming from T.P.O.T. Because I believe our mothers have a direct hand in a lot of the dysfunction in certain pockets of Black society. And I've caught heat for it over the years. I've had people write me, oh man, you talk like that, man, you must hate your mother. Did you have a mother? Did you not like your mother? Me, I was actually fortunate. Because, see, I had a mother and a father. But the way my mother was, she was a decent mother. I loved her, but I think she would have done a horrible job of raising us by herself. I think she would have. If she was raising me and my brothers and sisters by herself, I think she would have done a horrible job. I don't think she would have done a good job, folk. I don't. That's why when I hear people like Christina Cross write these op-eds talking about, oh, fathers aren't that important. And y'all need to go check out my latest pre-record too, man. It's called, it's one of the dark exoduses because it's very dark. It's called Black Fathers Don't Rock with Perry and Company. And they're sitting around the news desk saying the same crap. Fathers aren't that important. Look at me. I grew up without a father, and I'm a millionaire. So go check it out. But back to it. I know it's hard to imagine mom as the teenager, teeny bopper, right? Walking through the school, getting the attention of the young boys, right? And it might even be hard imagining mom as the grown lady hanging out, dudes hollering at her, chasing men, fighting over men, fighting men. And I know it may be a little harder to imagine mama out there working, making money, doing her thing so she can buy her pumps and her dresses and her wigs and her jewelry. Especially if you had one of them mamas who spent a lot of money on that, but didn't spend a lot of money on you. She dressed up every Friday night, but ain't no food in the goddamn refrigerator. If she wasn't leaving you with your grandmother, she was leaving you with anybody who was willing to watch you. But once she got here, though, that gray started coming through. Mom was around a little more, wasn't she? Of course she was. She was around a little more because the excitement had whittled down. The dudes weren't hollering at her as much. She 40, she 50. She done slammed up against the wall and slowly sliding down it. And you definitely see a lot more of her that she looks like this. She's a grandma. She can't do nothing now. But it's crazy because I've talked about this before too. What's good, Brother Art? My brother. A lot of these old chicks in their 60s and 70s, you see them, they still got the whole twinkle in their eye. Something else I've been talking about for years. Next time you out and you see those old women and they look at you and be like, how you doing? With that old husky grandma voice. How you doing? Look in her eyes. See if they have the whole twinkle. Because it's hard to get rid of it, even when your ass old. Now, of course, that old pussy can barely piss now. I've seen women on canes and walkers, in wheelchairs, with the whole twinkle still in their eye. Yeah, it's still there. Still got the mind of a hoe, even though she's 80 years old. Ain't that something? But we want to talk about mom's past, right? That's what we want to talk about tonight. What was mom doing 40 years ago? What was mom doing? Was she hanging out? Was she studying for school? Was she trying to get educated? Was she thinking about a family? Did she marry your dad? Did she marry your brother's dad? Your sister's dad? What was mom doing? Does she ever talk about it? Because you folks out there who have a father, you notice how your dad, he's always talking to you about, shit he did, when he was a little boy and when he was a teenager and what he did when he was a young man. Your dad, he talks to you about that shit, especially when you get to be an adult. Well, maybe I'm just using anecdotes because that's what my dad used to do. Especially once I got older, to be a younger man, 19, 20 years old. Me and my dad would sit out on his deck. And, we would have a beer, because my dad, he was a cigar smoker too. And we sit out there, man, and we'd be drinking a beer, smoking a cigar, and he would be recanting the tales of the ancients. He'd be talking about, the hoes he had when he was younger and, the shit he did. And, he'll tell you how he met your mom. And, your dad will talk about that shit. Your mom will not. Absolutely, brother Perfect Black. You already know what it is, brother. You already know what it is. Your mom never talks about this kind of stuff, does she? Very rarely will she tell you how she met your father, especially if she doesn't know who he is. Especially if he was just some random that, she screwed, in the back of a F-150 or in the back of a Chevy Impala or in the back of an old Cutlass Oldsmobile, the old 66 Olds. And if anybody has one of those, make sure you let me know. The email is properthought at yahoo.com. It's properthought. One word, no caps, at yahoo.com. If you got that 66 goddamn Olds I'll give you this arm and this leg plus some money. If you got that, I want it. Name your price. But anyway, he had your mom spread eagle in the 66 O's. And it probably wasn't even a damn convertible. And your mom was just fine with that. And it's crazy because now mom is 60, 70 years old. And she's real moral now, right? She's got all these morals now that she's old. Don't do that, baby. That's wrong, baby. Why you gonna be like that, baby? Oh, you got a Plymouth Fury. I want it. Brother Taylor, God damn it, name your price. God damn it. But mom's real moral now, right? She has all these morals. Always telling you how what you're doing is wrong. Right? She sits there and she drops all these pearls of wisdom on you. Knowing that 40 years ago, she was reckless. Might have been a drunk, a drug addict, a dope head. And we know, a lot of us, like I said, that's how we got here. But we don't like to think of mom this way, do we? We don't like to think of mom as the young 20-year-old whore, the young 20-year-old dopehead, the young 20-year-old lush, barfly, ran through. Now, I know we like to think that ran throughs and hoes and sluts is something that just came about 10 years ago. But we brothers know better than that. Because I say again, that's how a lot of us got here. That's how a lot of us got here. You look at this old woman. She's your pride and joy. I love you, Mom. I love my mama. Even though she was a crack fiend, Mama, you were always a black queen, Mama. Where do we get these notions from about this woman? A lot of our mamas wasn't shit. A lot of our mamas were dead beats. A lot of our moms was horrible parents. A lot of our mamas were just horrible people. A lot of our moms didn't even want us. Getting pregnant with you got in the way of her hanging out. Being with certain men. Going to the bar. Hanging with her friends. A lot of us, we got in our mama's way. She didn't want us. She didn't plan us. She was just out there fucking. You know how we get on here and talk about how these hoes ain't shit and blah, blah, blah. And these women are for the streets. These women are ran through. Guess what? 30 years ago, 40 years ago, the same thing could have been said about some of our mamas. Some of our mamas was hoes. They didn't care about anything. They didn't care about you. They didn't care about themselves. They ran around, slung their old funky pussy all over the place, man. Some of our moms was the village whore. Some of our moms got trains ran on them. Some of my moms stayed on their damn knees. Some of our moms screwed our father's brothers. Some of our moms screwed our friends. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going to discuss this tonight. I told you, if you're sensitive about old mama here, this is probably not the stream for you. This is probably not the stream for you. So feel free to exit, because we've only just begun with old mama. But make sure you hit the like on the way out the door. Or hit the dislike, even though I can't see it. And neither can you. So I know all the interlocutors, boy, they are just air punching. God damn it, I can't. Nobody can see my dislike. They probably steady hitting it. Why ain't this thing working? Why ain't this thing? The dislike doesn't register, interlocutors. I am sorry. The only one who can see the dislikes is me. And I'll never tell. I'll never tell. Well, unless you got I was watching my man K.I.T., man. Shout out to brother Keep It Techie, man. This dude is brilliant. He says that it's a way that you can see the dislikes. If you download some app, Keep It Techie, he's one of those, technical IT freaking guys. He said it's a way to make them show. I was watching, you got to download something. I was watching him the other day. He was talking about it. So holla at Keep It Techie if you want the dislikes to show up on shit. But anyway, yeah. Mom used to be young, brothers. Mom used to do some of the same shit that women do today. All of our mothers were not saints. Don't believe her black ass is a saint because she in church 4 times a week now. Bet you her ass wasn't in church 30 years ago, 40 years ago. I bet you she wasn't sitting in there hitting that tambourine then, was she? Praise the Lord. She didn't give a shit about any of that back then. Especially before she had us. Before she had you. Before she had me. You think her ass was sitting in a church? No. A lot of our mamas was somewhere with her damn legs open. Somewhere on her damn knees. Passing around blowjobs like double mint gum. Passing them around like Tic Tacs. Giving everybody one who wanted one. Because that's what she wanted to do. A lot of our mamas would do it now if she could. Just that now she looks like this. She looks like this. So, of course, she can't do it now. Of course, she can't chase men now. She can't lead with her pussy now. Now her ass old. She got more years behind her than she got in front of her. She'll sit there, especially if she by herself, growing old by herself, which a lot of our mothers are, unfortunately, growing old by themselves. Because more likely the black widow that you're going to see is going to be an 8-legged spider with an hourglass on its abdomen, right? You don't see many black widows. You see old black ass women, but you don't see black widows. Because to be a widow, you first have to be married and your husband dies while they're together. Not die after he done left and moved and married the next bitch. No. You're a widow if he dies while you two are still together and married. Right? So you don't see many black widows unless you go in your backyard and see them hanging, from the trees and in the garage and shit. Especially down here, boy. Because I'm in North Carolina, boy. Them motherfuckers be big. So I do see a lot of black widows inside my garage. But I don't see them many other places. You see old black women. Especially if you go to Kroger's or Walmart or Food Lion or Publix. You go to those supermarkets, man, and all you see walking around and there's old black women. A lot of them can barely get along. And the ones that weigh 400 pounds now, they riding the carts in there, They got a grandkid with them or two, they send the grandkid to go get the cart. And they just sit in the car with the door open and wait for the young fella to come back with a cart. And she get right out of the damn car and right into the fucking cart. And drive it to the door while the young'uns run alongside it. Which I think is hilarious. And you see them old biddies in there, and I know this happens to me a lot because I'm not a short guy, I'm not a super tall guy, but I'm 6'2". And you see those little old ladies in there, they're leaning on their cart, they can barely move their legs, and they're like, "Young man, can you get that for me? Young man, can you reach up and grab that jar for me? Young man, can you put that case of water in my cart for me?" And, a lot of times when I'm in the store with my wife most of the time when I'm in there. I mean, I go in there sometime by myself, but most of the time, if I do go in there, I go in there with my wife. And when they ask me that, the first thing I do is look at my wife like, because see, I talk to her about this shit too. And when we walk by and they're like, excuse me, young man, can you put that case of water in my cart for me? First thing I do is look at my wife. And my wife, man, I tell y'all this all the time. My wife is a freaking bleeding heart. It's hard to believe that she's married to me, but she's a freaking bleeding heart. Oh, go ahead, do it for her, do it for her. I'm like, all right, I grab the water, throw it in there for her. But you see these old women, walking around in the store. And you look at some of them, right? Some of them you can tell, they never had an opportunity for anybody to marry them. Because, they ugly old women. And you can look at them and tell that they was ugly young women, right? So, them, they don't count. You can tell they never had an opportunity to marry anybody ever. But some of those old biddies that you see walking around in there, you can tell that they actually used to be nice-looking women when they were younger. Some of those old biddies still got nice faces, even though it's full of wrinkles and shit with a wig on. You look at them and you can tell they probably were nice-looking women when they were younger. But now her ass 75, walking around in the goddamn store by herself. Can barely load her groceries, can barely get it on the counter, can barely get it into the shopping cart, can barely get it from the shopping cart into the car. And she have a hard time getting it from her car to the house. Because when she was younger, the opportunities she had for a husband, she probably squandered. She squandered those opportunities. She wasn't thinking ahead when she was a young lass, was she? She wasn't thinking ahead when she looked like this. Was she? Was she? She wasn't thinking ahead when she looked like this. Was she? When she looked like this, she wasn't thinking ahead. She was living a dream, carefree, thinking she gonna marry a rich doctor or an NBA player or an NFL player. Some millionaire was gonna marry her ass, right? A lot of our mamas might have even had a little career when she looked like this. She might have had a little career of her own. Maybe had a little money. But never once thought about the future, did she? A lot of our mamas, when she started to look like this, she was still thinking that way, even though her ass 50 years old. Still thinking she gonna marry a rich doctor. Still thinking she gonna marry a millionaire or NBA player. Her ass 45, and she got like 6 of us. Thinking somebody gonna marry her black ass. When she knows better. It kills me, man, to hear women 40 and 50 years old talking about when I get my husband, when I meet my husband. You out of your mind. When you gonna meet him? When you 70? You're 50 now. But the reality does set in, though, when mom start looking like this. The reality sets in then, doesn't it? Now, she's married to Jesus. Yeah, she married to Jesus now, sweet Jesus. Because back when she looked like this, back when she looked like this, she didn't want to marry anybody, right? She was living her best life, doing her own thing, right? But now that she looks like this, I guarantee you, she wished she had married somebody. Because Father Time and Mother Nature plays a cruel, cruel trick on women. They have a tendency to suffer from age-related things more than us men do. Because I know an older couple, a friend of mine, an OG. He's 78 years old. I talk about him often because I go over to his house, man, and sometimes I bring my wife with me because he has a wife and they've been married. They just celebrated their 56th anniversary. And I go over there, my wife, she be in there with his wife, and me and the OG, we sit there, I drink up his scotch. We play chess. He's a damn good chess player too, because he be kicking my ass over there sometime. But like I said, him and his wife have been married for 56 years. And, he's a spry old fella. He get around, because I go over there and I do work on his house and all that shit, I do the landscaping at his house. When he needs it, I'll fix a deck. I do tree work and shit over there. I bring the guys over there, we'll do tree work. And shit, man, I'll be out there, man. I can't even make that old man sit down, goddamn it. He grabbing laws and grabbing to it. I'll be like, man, I got it, man. Let the young fellas go. Oh, he'll tell me what to do, Xavier. I'll do what I want. I'm okay, OG, you got it. You tell me what to do, boy. But his wife isn't like that. She's not in the best of shape. She moves really slow. So he does all the shopping. He does all the driving. But guess what? I'm pretty sure she's grateful for it. I think she suffers from a bit of arthritis. Now I got to give it to her. Her head is there. I talked to the old lady, She's a very nice old lady. But, physically, she can't do what the OG does. He does everything. And all she got to do is make her way to that kitchen and rattle a few pots. OG will take care of everything else. And whatever he can't do, he'll call me. Hey, Zave, I need you to come around, man. Chop this tree down for me. Hey, Zave, come around, man. I need a few boards fixed on the deck. So when you have this kind of OG around with you as an old woman, he's going to take care of everything. He's going to make sure the grass get cut, because if he don't do it, he's going to call a Negro like me. Something wrong with the car or the truck, if he can't do it, he knows somebody like me. Some boards done rotted on the deck, he knows a brother like me. So whatever he can't do, he can get it done. But when mom was young, mom wasn't thinking in the future. All mom thought about was this. This is mom. See her? This is what mom thought about. The next party she was going to go to. The next bar. The next set of nuts she was going to lick. That's what mom was thinking about while she was doing this. You think she ever had it in her mind? The future? You ever think she had it in her mind that one day she'd be an old lady? You think she had it on her mind that her ass would be having problems getting around, using a walker, a cane? You think she ever had it in her damn mind that her life would be extremely hard just doing the most regular things like shopping, cleaning, bathing? You think she was thinking about that when she was some goddamn where doing this shit? No. Never thought of it at all. Just doing her thing. Being a hoe. A lot of us, our moms ripped and ran the streets. Not just before she had us. A lot of them did it after. You just saw I put my man Perfect Black comment up there. A lot of them ran the streets after they had us. Because even though they had us, they wanted to live their life like they didn't. They wanted to live their life like they weren't someone's parent. They wanted to live their life like they didn't have a kid. Especially if you had one of them old irresponsible ass mamas. She'd leave your ass anywhere. Leave y'all by yourselves. Especially if it was a few of y'all. And you had that sister mom. Your oldest sister, she was like older than the rest of y'all. She might have been 10, 11, 12, and the rest of y'all was like 6 or 7 or 8 or 2. She'd leave y'all with the sister mom. A lot of them, the sister mom was younger than that. The sister mom was 9. And the 9-year-old's watching the 5-year-old, the 4-year-old, and 2-year-old. And a lot of times, the sister mom was the sister mom even when she was there. Because she done been out all night, drinking, getting high. You 5 years old, knock on her damn door, she'll tell you go talk to your sister. Oh, get your sister to make you a sandwich. Get your sister to cook you some breakfast. Even though your sister's 9. She got to get you ready for school. She got to pick out your damn clothes and make your lunch. She's got to do it. Because mom didn't have time. Because mom was out last night. And a lot of times mom would be out last night and come home and bring some Negro with her. Even though she had 4 or 5 of y'all in the house. You get up in the middle of the night and you like, some damn man walking around in there that you ain't never seen before. He walking around in there butt naked. Got to cover your eyes. He walking around there with a sticky penis butt naked. Because he done just pulled it out of your old raggedy mama. He walking around there with a sticky penis. Get up in the middle of the night, he in the kitchen. Got on your mama's robe and shit. You smell bacon frying. 3 o'clock in the morning. But that was your mama doing that when she was younger. Yeah, Brother E. Taylor. I was just about to talk about that. A lot of you had them old mammies who you were her husband. She didn't give a shit about your education, did she? She didn't care if you knew how to read, write, or count. She didn't care that you dropped out of school when you were 16. Especially if you were flipping them rocks and giving her money. Especially if her black ass didn't work. She didn't care if you went to school or not. You handing her money. She buying all kinds of bullshit. Taking the money, entertaining her Negroes when they come over. I've said this many times before, you handing her money all the time, but the goddamn electricity still be going off. Gas off. Water off. Because she's taking the money and fucking it up. You're not taking the money and paying the bills. Because her ass was selfish as hell. Didn't give a shit about herself. And let's be honest, a lot of our mothers didn't give a shit about us. We were just a means to an end to a lot of our mothers. She didn't try to develop us, especially if we didn't have a father around. She didn't give a shit about your homework, your schoolwork, whether or not you had any fucking morals, whether or not you had any guidance or instruction or counsel or training. She didn't care about any of that shit. She didn't start caring about that until you were older, right? You 15 years old, your ass can't read. You think you just now couldn't read at 15? You could read all the way from 7 up until 14 and you woke up on your 15th birthday and now you can't read? She knew your ass couldn't read back when you were a little boy. She didn't give a shit. She didn't care. She didn't think about your future because she didn't think about hers. Her future was from the time she woke up till the time she went to sleep. That was her future. And it also was yours. A lot of our mothers shouldn't even have had us, man. Because her ass was too immature. She wasn't ready to be anybody's mother. Not mine, not yours, nobody's. She wasn't ready to take care of anybody, man. Because she wasn't even capable of taking care of her fucking self. That's a lot of our mama's past, brothers. Like I said, I've been saying this for the past hour, and I'm about to open this up too. If you brothers want to come up on here and talk about it. Like I said, man, a lot of you remember mom like this. And you see how the young fella's looking at her. He's looking at her like that because he heard that dude in the bedroom the other night. He like, how you gonna kiss on me? How you gonna kiss me goodnight and you just was sucking a dick with those lips? Isn't that something? There's this song by Shaggy. And I know Brother Taylor knows it because Brother Taylor knows like 1 million songs. What's the name of that? I don't even know if he's still in here because I know he's probably working, but if you still in there, Brother Taylor, what's the name of that song by Shaggy? What is the name of that song where Shaggy's talking about this chick? He wants her, you know, to get her freak on, but she don't want to get her freak on because she kisses her kids at night or something like that. I know Brother Taylor knows it. I can't think of it right now. If it comes to mind, I'll mention it. But if Brother Taylor's in here, please put that in here, Brother Nick Taylor. Uh-oh. Brother E. Taylor has joined the old T.P.O.T. YouTube page. So when you join the page, whoever joins the page from now on gets this. Uh-oh. A big coin drop on this platform. I appreciate that, Brother E. Taylor. Man, my brother, appreciate you joining the channel, my brother. But yeah, your mom. Yeah, I know you know what it is, Brother Taylor. You know what I'm you know what I'm talking about. It's on that, I think, Sunny Day album. Shaggy. And you know, Shaggy, he's going on, you know, talking about how, you know, she don't want to get freaky with him. And she's like, oh, you know, these are the lips that I kiss my kids goodnight or something like that. That's why the young fella's looking at her. Like, Mom, don't kiss on me with those lips. Your door was cracked last night, Mama. I saw what you was doing in there. Don't kiss on me with them. Don't kiss on me with those lips, Mom. I saw what you were doing with them the other night. That's why he looking like that. Look at him. You kiss on me, woman. I smell the sperm on your breath. But yeah, this is what our moms used to do, man. So from now on, When we talking about these women, man, how big a holes they are. Ran throughs, sluts, ratchets. Guess what? 40 years ago, that was a lot of our mamas. And not just before she gave birth to us. A lot of our mamas continued the shit after. You know. You remember your mom leaving you at your grandma's house for a whole month before she came to get your ass? Some of us got left at grandma's house and mom never came back. We ain't see her no more till we was 15. She had more important shit to do than be your mother. She had Negroes to chase behind. She had penises to suck. She didn't have time for you. Especially if she was young when she had you. Forget it. You were just in the way. Now, she might have to pretend to love you when your old man was around. But if he messed around and bounced, all hell came down on you, boy. She brought down the sword of Damocles on your ass. For the most infinitesimal infractions. She would beat you within an inch of your life for spilling water on the table, for putting the wrong shirt on, for wearing the wrong shoes, for leaving your jacket on the couch. Now, I know that's all in the past, right? People have said to me many, many times, X, man, you're always drumming up the past about our mothers. You're always drumming up the past. Why are you always drumming up the past, Xavier? Because the past says a lot about your mama's personality. When she was cross your head with that broomstick, it wasn't because you left your damn jacket on the couch, man. She was frustrated, but not with you. She was frustrated with the men that didn't want her black ass no more. Because then, just like now, she thought she was God's gift to men. How dare a man don't want me? How dare a man don't want this? How dare a man not want to be with me? And yeah, brother unsunken one, you just like your old daddy. You look just like your old daddy. Your X, Y, and Z, just like your old daddy. Heard that a lot. I know a lot of you did. That's why a lot of us have so much angst for our fathers. The angst was planted in us. You were taught to dislike them. You were taught to despise them. You were told over and over again how he did not want us. Oh, your daddy didn't want us. But she's making a misstatement. Now I know it's dudes out there, man, who squirting some of these hoes and they going about their business and squirting 10 more. I know that. I'm no fool. I grew up with dudes like that who had 5 and 6 and 7 baby mamas. I knew one dude, he had 16. But a lot of times when your mama's telling you your daddy didn't want us, what she really means to say is your daddy didn't want me. And it wasn't that he didn't want her. He just didn't want her for the rest of his life. He wanted her for the rest of the night, not for the rest of her life. And like I said, you look at old mom now. She a sweet old granny. Talk sweet to you. Hey, baby. Baby, you coming over for Thanksgiving. Baby, could you come over and look at my car? Because they ain't like she got no man around, especially us men, right? Our old mama's, boy, she'll get right on that phone, boy. Baby, can you come over and look at my car? Baby, one of my stairs is broken in the house. Baby, can you come over and look at my washing machine? I know because I got it. Because, see, my dad, he died. My dad died in 2003. My mom didn't die until 2014. So he died 11 years before my mom's did. So, my mom, because, I'm a pretty handy guy. People will tell you that. People that know me, I'm pretty handy, man. I mean, I fix things for a living. That's kind of what I do. I don't just build and design. I also do a lot of fixing. So, known my way around a toolbox ever since I was about 7 years old. And that's because of my dad, not because of her. But my dad died, 11 years before my mom did. So, her boiler would mess up or something like that. Hey, baby, can you come look at the boiler? Hey, baby, it's a couple boards loose in the kitchen. Hey, baby, the front step is loose. The banister loose. Y'all know it. You a son, mama, get on your phone, boy. And she's just the sweetest thing, ain't she? Ain't she? She's just the sweetest old woman you could ever imagine, right? Right out of a fairy tale. But when you dial that goddamn clock back about 30, 40 years, she wasn't the sweetest thing then, was she? Just cross your head with that mop handle. Cross your head with that broomstick. Cross your head with anything she could get her fucking hand on that was around her. No matter what it was made out of. That shit could be made out of iron, steel, aluminum, wood. Whatever it was she could get her hands on, she'd be cross your head with it, wouldn't she? She wasn't saying, hey, baby, get your jacket up off the couch. You know I didn't want that jacket on that couch. No, it was more like, get that damn, didn't I tell you get that damn jacket up, nigga? Yeah. She talked to you like that then, didn't she? While she was cross your ass with that belt or that racetrack or that shoe. Right? Get that goddamn jacket up, nigga. Would call you nigga in the whole nine, wouldn't she? When you dial that clock back. Right? But now, it's, hey, baby. Can you come look at my car? Hey, baby. My steps is loose. Can you come on over here with your toolbox? Because now she looks like this. You're the only man in her life that gives a fuck about her. You and your brothers. Because notice, even if your mama got brothers and they're older guys or a little younger than her, notice how a lot of them don't fuck with your mom. They're not around like that. Notice how your uncles, you may see them a lot, but you never see them at your mom's house. You see them somewhere else. You never see them at mom's house all that much. Because they don't even want to be bothered with her. Because, see, they have faced the reality that you have not. Because, see, they knew your mom before you did. They knew your mom when she was out there being a coke slut. They knew your mom when she was out there fucking their friends, getting high, getting drunk, hanging out, getting ran through. They knew your mom when she was the town whore. So you weren't around then. And if you were too young to remember it. But see, your uncles, they were there. They saw it. They heard it. They knew what kind of woman your mama was. She wasn't a god that you claim she is now. She wasn't the queen that you claim she is now. Of course, she's a queen now. She's 60, 70. Of course, she's a queen now. She's very queenly. She's demure, you know. Nice and easy. Talks really slow and really sweet. Uses all the right words. But she didn't back then, did she? Back then, boy, she was loud. Obnoxious even. Treated you like crap. Treated you like a tumor on her body that she didn't want and wished she could get it cut off. Yeah. She was stone cold gangster, brother unsunken one. Yeah. Cuss you out. Call you all kind of niggas and motherfuckers and dumbasses and yeah, stupid, ignorant. Probably called your motherfucker so much you thought that was your name. Now that her ass look like this. When's the last time she's called you nigga? When's the last time she's called you a motherfucker? When's the last time she's raised her voice at you? She needs you now. Especially if her ass ain't getting around all that great. Yeah, she needs you now. Even though she didn't want you then. Yeah, she needs you now. And see, that's the thing. That's the one crucial thing about our old mama's past. She never thought about the future. Like I said, she never saw herself walking with a fucking walker. She never saw herself needing 5 minutes to get out the fucking car. She never saw her ass old as hell in a fucking house by herself full of cats, plants, and shit in jars. She never saw it. She didn't see it when she was 20, 25. No. Her ass was living like she was never going to get old. She was never going to be looking like this. Never. She never thought she was going to have gray hairs on her old funky pussy. She thought that thing was going to shine for the next 50 years. Thought Negroes was going to want it for the next 50 years. Yeah. A lot of our moms, when they were younger, boy, they lived their life like life was eternal. Like they were immortal. They lived like they were immortals. They were never going to age. You look at some of these women now. Look at some of them on social media in their 50s and 60s. These fucking women still act like they 30 years old. Knowing that old pussy full of gray hairs. Probably got more gray hairs down there than they got on their fucking head because they started wearing weave and dyeing the shit. You dyeing that motherfucker down there too? Are you dyeing it? Are you dyeing that motherfucker red and blue and purple and polka dots and orange? And you know you're old. That old wrinkled pussy can't take no chemicals and shit on it. Motherfucker might fall off. Bet you they ain't dyeing that motherfucker, are they? They on social media twerking and going on. What for? If you happen, if you happen to get a Negro to come up in there, soon as you drop your drawers and he see that motherfucking look like a goddamn gray Siamese cat down there, he's out of there. Motherfucker gray, hair on that motherfucker 25 inches long, sticking out the side of your goddamn panties and shit, looking like tiger whiskers. You don't even got camel toe down that motherfucker now. You got tiger snout. It is no longer a camel toe, madam. It is a tiger snout. Yeah. But anyway, I've ran my mouth long enough. So the brothers that have remained, or ladies, if you wish to come through, you know what to do. The email is prophetofthought@yahoo.com. That's prophetofthought, one word, no caps, @yahoo.com. If you wish to come in and opine, if you wish to come in and tell your story about Ole MaMas Past, because she has one now, even though she'd like you to think that she doesn't. And part of Mama's past we remember, because part of Mama's past fucked us up, caused us to get abused, caused us to get hurt, caused us to be alone, caused some of us to get taken by the state because of the shit she did in her past. So if you wish to come up and discuss it, don't be shy. Let's talk about it, brothers. It's just us here. Let's discuss it. And if you request the email, should I say request the link? Make sure you check your email, brothers. Somebody wrote me the other day, "Oh, X, man, you didn't let me come on." I said, "Man, check your email, brother." Then he writes me back, "Oh, yeah, my bad." He said, "It came up in my spam, no X." That's my goddamn fault. Is that my fault that it came up in spam? Is that my fault? No, it's not. God damn it. Yeah, come through. Email is properthought at yahoo.com. That's properthought. One word, no caps, at yahoo.com, Negroes. And if you request the link, please check your email. If you don't see it, check your spam. Don't be writing me tomorrow. "Oh, X, man, you didn't let me up." Check your damn email if you requested the link. Check your email, Negroes. But yeah, man, our old mammies had a pass. Oh, shout out, brother Maurice. Hold up, damn, man, I ain't even know y'all had hit me on the Cash App, man. Hold up. Shout out, brother Maurice, for the Cash App. I appreciate that, brother. You get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Also, shout out brother New for the Cash App. I appreciate that, brother New. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And also, shout out brother Eric for the Cash App. I appreciate that, brother Eric. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, brothers, man. My bad, man. I didn't know y'all had dropped the coins on the Cash App, man. My bad, man. Appreciate that, brothers. I do. My Chi-Town brother. What's good with it, brother Perfect Black?
What's going on, brother X? What's going on with you, man?
Same old shit, man. You know, just talking about old mama's past. You know what it is.
oh yeah, man. Look. This is another one of those topics, man, that really explains a lot about myself in terms of why I do what I do, you know, in the community and everything. Because it hits home with me because I can tell you, my mother, she absolutely, I mean, her decisions completely ruined our whole family. You know, and she, I'm 46, so I'm the oldest of 9. I mean, this woman she had 9 kids through 5 baby daddies.
Damn.
Yeah. So, and man, the one kid, and she didn't raise none of us, not a one of us. And the one that, well, she raised one, and the one that she did raise, she completely ruined that child. He does not have, he hasn't had anything that's good about him right now. None of us really are really that close. I mean, some of we try, but really not that close. We're scattered all around the goddamn United States.
So why didn't she raise y'all? I mean, what, I don't know if you want to talk about it or not, but
I have no problem with talking about it because for for me, it's therapy. I've learned years ago you can't bottle this stuff up, and that's what one thing that cost my brother. He's the second born. He's doing an 18-year, but he'd been in and out of prison for the last almost 30 years. Because he couldn't really, reconcile this type of stuff. But with me, actually, it started with me and him. I was 3, he was 2, and the state took us away. We were taken away and put into foster care. And then when the third brother, when he was born, the state took him too. So her first 3 kids, the state took. She had me when she was 16 or 17. So, and she just kept having them, just kept having kids. Just one of the most irresponsible women I've ever met in my entire life. You know what I mean? So, and I've never really gotten an honest or true word out of that woman. I've made a lot of bad decisions. I'm pretty much the most successful of all my siblings, right? So, because I moved around a lot and went to the military, spent a lot of years in the Army and all of that, and I think that probably saved me and one foster family. Because if anyone has spent any significant time in foster care, I'm not talking about a few months or maybe even a year. I'm talking about significant time in foster care. You know what abuse is. You know what abuse is, and I was in it at a time when you can literally abuse your children and nobody would say anything about it. You wouldn't think twice about it. So, but the decisions that my mother has made, it affected an entire family. I mean, I got one brother. I got a couple brothers I've only seen once. I got one brother who I've never seen, but we speak, we talk and text on the phone, FaceTime and everything, but that's it. We just haven't gotten around to actually, meeting up because of one reason or another. He's moved around, I've moved around. And all of that's based on the decision that this woman has made with her children. You know what I mean? Completely ruin the family cohesion. So she can, have fun and live her best life and all this other bullshit and be selfish. So, all the decisions that I've made in terms of me having children myself has been to not be the type of parent that my mother was. And even now, 2 years ago, she did something that was so egregious to me, to the point to where I've had to completely X her out of my life, completely block her out of my life, totally. I mean, it was so complete. It's so complete that after I did it, she reached out to me on LinkedIn and I blocked her ass on LinkedIn. I mean, it's that bad. I mean, I don't want any of my children to have any contact with her whatsoever, much less my wife. Who, by the way, we are expecting our second child together.
Congratulations, brother. Congratulations, brother. Y'all ain't wasting no time, huh? How old is the little one? I mean, y'all just had a baby, right?
Yeah, she's going on 9 months now.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, but she, she wants a lot of children, and I want some children. I want more. You know what I mean? So, and I none of my children, of course, my 8-month-old and my 10-year-old, both of them were born within wedlock, and this child is going to be born within wedlock. I'm the only one of my sibling. Of all my siblings, I'm the only one who can say that. So when we talk about these mothers, this shit's been going on for a long. I'm 46 years old, so it gives you a good idea how long this shit's been happening.
Oh yeah.
This has been going on for a very, very long time. And like I say, the decisions that my mother has made completely and absolutely just ruined a family. Just ruined a family. And I mean, it's sad. It's terrible. Because none of us are really that particularly close, with the exception of me and the second born. And I haven't seen him since the last time I saw him was the year I went to the military in '94. That was the year I went to the military, and I haven't seen him since. He's been in and out of prison, and he's the one that I can say that I'm closest to right now. He calls me, because he's in prison, but he's still able to call and write. And he's met my wife over the phone and everything, so we keep in contact with him. But other than myself and one of the other brother that neither one of us has seen, he really don't have that much contact with his other siblings, even though he's tried. I mean, we're just not that close, and that's because of the decisions that our mother has made. I don't really blame our siblings for really not being that close. I mean, how could you? I don't blame them. They don't blame me. But they still call me for advice and answers and everything, because I'm still the most successful of all nine of us. I'm the most successful. So I guess I'm seen as the de facto leader, but still, I mean, we're not as close as you would imagine. We're just not. I mean, my sister lives here in Chicago with me, and I got some nieces and nephews, a few cousins. But we're still really not that close, because a lot of stuff has not been told. Why did we spend all those years in foster care? We haven't gotten it straight. And hell, my mother wouldn't even be honest with me about how old she was when she had me. That's how much this woman wants to lie about. So she can't even be honest with me about what happened. I went years thinking that one man was my father, but come to find out it really wasn't. So I wouldn't know my father if I bumped into him on the street. Wouldn't know him.
Yeah.
Wouldn't know him from Adam. So I've had to go out into this whole world, navigate the whole world and everything. Pretty much, kind of have to make myself a man.
Mm.
And doing so, and that's not a very easy, as you can imagine, as a black man, it's not a very easy thing to do.
Yeah, it's not. It's not.
It's not a very easy thing to do. So when these women, they have, and I don't think that people really understand the vulnerability of black males, especially when these black males are born to these type of women. Just how vulnerable that they are. They're born to these women who are having children, multiple children. And like I said, her irresponsibility didn't stop with me. It kept going. Like I said, nine children, five baby dads. Didn't stop with me. It just kept going. And she feels no compunction whatsoever. She feels no responsibility to be straightforward with her children as to why the family was so broken up. I mean, you think about that for a second. And you got children that's in multiple states. You only have, of all your children, only one is willing to have any type of contact with you. One. And you harbor no type of responsibility you don't feel you owe your children any type of explanation as to what went on, what happened. Tell us none. She told me flat out to my face she owed us no responsibility, no explanation whatsoever.
So
this is the type of women that
did she not just want y'all? Like, I mean, did she just not want you? I mean, did you get in the way of other men? What made her just be like, you know what? I don't even want to deal with these kids that I had. She just didn't want y'all.
Well, based on, I'm not gonna get into too much of it, but based upon what me and my sister have found out, over the years. When she had me, of course, she was young, and it's kind of what you had already covered. She had a kid when she was young and irresponsible. So, and based on what I've been told from my aunts, and some of them I've had to pretty much disown as well. But based on some of the things that they inadvertently told me, She was young and she was running the streets and into men and all of that, and couldn't nobody tell her anything. Because my grandparents, they were in advanced years when they had her.
Okay.
So they weren't really at a point to where they can really discipline, and nobody could. So she was just really just a loose cannon, just all out there doing whatever the hell she wanted to do. So, and from what I was told, she was doing all kinds of stuff when she was pregnant with me, pregnant with pretty much every one of her children, all of them. And she's been nothing but a huckster her whole life. Her entire life, she's been nothing but a huckster. Right. So, um, so I would to answer your question, I would probably say that she probably had no intention on really wanting to be a mother in the begin with,
Mm.
and the state taking us away, at least her first three children, probably probably helped her do whatever it is that she wanted to do, because she kept doing
Yeah. That's what gets me, right? Okay,
it.
fine. You've made some bad decisions when you were younger as far as your kids are concerned. Not that they should be totally overlooked, absolutely not. But as you get older, you would think that these women would have some type of attrition and sit you down and be like, hey, look, son, hey, look, daughter, I fucked up. I was on crack. I was chasing men. I was young. I apologize. Something. These women act like their fucking past never took place.
Exactly.
They will deny it, man. I mean, they will totally deny it. If you was to ask them about it, they would be like, oh, I don't remember that. Or I don't owe you an explanation. Or I did the best I could. It's always those lines. It's like they have no attrition. It's like they done wiped the past just totally clean. It's like they done went somewhere and had their brain wiped. And none of that stuff ever happened. And they're telling you it didn't happen, but the shit happened to you. It happened to you. And they will tell you, oh, that didn't happen. What are you talking about, woman? I remember it happening. What do you mean? I mean, that's the worst part of it, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, or why did we have to spend, why did I have to spend from 3 to 17 in the foster care system getting abused?
Yeah.
Because again, I can tell you, you spend any time in foster care, you're going to get abused. I promise you. I can guarantee you that that's what's going on. You're going to be abused in some shape, form, or fashion. You can bet your last dollar on that. But one of the things that really bothered me about the whole thing is that, because like I said, I got aunts who were because I was born and raised in St. Louis. They were living in St. Louis at the time. They knew where we were, me and my brothers. They knew where we were. They knew they had the ability to get us, because they weren't poor. They were more so, even back then, they were middle class, upper middle class folks. So they could have gotten us, but they didn't. They didn't. And when I asked about that years ago, I literally one of my aunts, who I got cousins here, her kids, one of her daughter lives here in Chicago. I got a real good relationship with my cousin, but I can't talk to her mother ever again. I deleted her number. Don't even want to talk to her anymore at all, because when I asked her, because she was there at the time, of course, they were all there, and I was asking her, I would say, what was going on at that time, and she chewed me out. She completely chewed me out for just asking about what had happened during that time, what was going on with my mother at that time. Why didn't you guys come and get us out and all of that? It was only one woman, one of my aunts, who was as honest with me and my brothers as humanly possible, because she actually found us, and we would have visits with her and everything. She would tell us. She was real straightforward, but she passed away years ago. So, other than her, the rest of my mother's sisters, I've I've had to treat them like my mother. I wanted nothing to do with her. So I've had to, me and my brothers, and I got several brothers. I only got one sister. Out of all those siblings, there's only one girl. It's all boys. And, you know, we've had to circumnavigate this world, this life, pretty much on our own. You know, the first three was in foster care. The rest of them are just pretty much scattered out throughout the United States. I've made a lot of mistakes, made some bad decisions, trying to chase my mother around ever since I found out where she lived, several years ago. Went to, accepted a scholarship at a school that I probably at a Division II school than when I had Division I offers. That type of shit. Just chasing up behind her, and when that failed, I went straight to the Army because it just wasn't working out that way. And even then, I was still making some bad decisions. But look, when you have topics like this, there are a lot of men out there. I don't even think even current, modern women really understand the things that they do to their boys because of the decisions that they have made. They honestly do believe. They don't think. They have no forethought whatsoever. It's almost like dealing with a child. They have no forethought about their actions at all, about how their present decisions are going to impact their children, in particular their boy children.
Well, they're not really thinking about them, right?
They're not.
When they make those decisions, the last thing on their mind is the kid or the kids. I mean, that's the main problem, is that the kids are never taken into consideration, with the men they deal with, how they live their lives, how they, work their finances and their money, how many of us they have. I mean, none of that is taken into consideration, man, when they operating, because especially when they're a young mother, and they pumping out baby after baby after baby after baby, for dude after dude after dude. They're not thinking about any of that, man, because, first and foremost, let's be honest here, man, these women don't think they're ever going to get old. They live their lives like the kids are never going to grow up. I mean, that's just what they're doing, and they're not thinking about it. And it's the strangest of things, because, see, when they're young, they never thinking about when they get old, and when they get old, they try to forget all the bullshit they did when they were young. It's the strangest of things, man. It's like, they jump from, it's like they jump through time, when they young, they're not thinking about, as the kids grow up, as the kids become, adolescents and, going through puberty and becoming adults. They're not thinking about none of that. They're treating the kids all kind of way, not caring what kind of effect it has on them. They're abusing the children. They're allowing other people to abuse the children. They're leaving the children alone. They're beating the kids within an inch of their damn life, and then when they get older, a lot of these mothers have this thing where they're like, oh, well, you are grown up now, or they'll say, oh, why you got to bring that up? Why you bringing that up? And this was your life, man. This was your mother. She was the one person who was supposed to ensure, your safety, your well-being, your health, your whatever. She was the person that was supposed to be ensuring that, especially if you were all she had. All right. So for her to freaking not be able to, number one, keep a damn man around, and number two, have you and treat you like, an animal, treat you like you're nothing, treat you like, you're just some necessary evil that she has to deal with, and feed and clothe and house. I mean, it's like, it's the craziest of things, man. you know, and they totally forget the past, man. That's why I wanted to talk to the brothers about this tonight, because you know, a lot of our mothers have a past, and the past is really, really checkered, especially when it comes to how they did their children, what they did to their children, what they didn't do for their children, and how they allowed their children to endure abuse, not just from them, but from others as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this also stems from uh, kind of what fuels, all of this is society's unwillingness to hold women accountable, in particular mothers. We just don't want to hold them accountable. And so, and again, when you look at my age and my mother, because there's another reason why I'm so hard on the baby boomers, right? Because this shit goes back years, decades. We just don't want, when I say we in general, we just don't want to hold mothers accountable. We want to maintain this false idea that mothers are infallible, that they are beyond reproach, that they are beyond criticism. And you have and a lot of women, like my mother, who harbor a sense of entitlement to that any mistakes that they have made when they were younger stays there.
Yeah, doesn't count.
That is static. That it just stays right there.
Yeah.
And that anything that happens, any decisions that their children make subsequent to that when they become adults is all on them. Well, legally you may be right, but spiritually and in any sense of real world, no, you're not. You're wrong, because you have planted seeds. You have laid out a path for your child that have made it significantly more difficult to be successful in life. Because even if they're successful, they're still going to have problems. And it's going to reflect and it's going to represent itself throughout that person's life. It is. This is one of the reasons why I believe in getting therapy. I do. And it took me years. When I say it took me years to really come to that conclusion to, okay, look, I need to do this here. Because this is what's going on in my life, and I know where it comes from, but right now I really don't want to face it. And I had to face it. And these are scars that are not going anywhere. And I even got to the point in the therapy, I was like, okay, even therapy is not going to, it's going to teach you and show you how to cope with it. But it ain't going to take away the scars. It's not going to take away the pain. It ain't going to take away none of this. It's going to just have you knowing how to deal with it. And one of the things that I've done, at least me, is be open about it. That's something that my brother hasn't done, which is the reason why he's spending damn near 19 years in prison. But I don't think that society really cares, especially when it comes to boys, in particular, black boys, black males. They don't care. They are doing the work of white supremacy. Black mothers are doing the work of white supremacy. If white supremacy would be happier with my mother if she was able to have 100 children. Because that would mean she would have raised none of them but one. And all of those children would be fodder for prison. The type of black woman that America loves, that white supremacy covets, is the type of mother that my mother is. And we as black men, we need to be able to say that. To look at that in the face, point at it, and say, that's the problem. Now, this is what we do so we don't repeat it. Have a family of our own and be the parent that your mother, your example, would not be.
Yeah, well, you know that a lot of times, man, number one, like you said, they don't like to hold mothers accountable. Why? Because they think, hey, that's your mother. She had you. She carried you for 9 months. Yeah. I've heard it all before. But a lot of the things that happen to young children, a lot of these things, man, scar children for life. It's not like it's just something that affects you, while you're a child. I mean, a lot of these things that happen to you, especially with the abuse and the abandonment and the sexual abuse and all that kind of crap, these things fuck with you up into your adulthood, man.
Oh yeah.
Because you're forced to deal with it. It's not like, you can get in your car and leave when you're 7 years old. You have to stay there and deal with that shit. Dealing with something that you don't even fucking understand. You don't even understand what's happening to you, man.
That's true. It represents itself in so many different ways. In particular, in your interpersonal relationships, it really affects that because you don't really have a good example to really draw from. I was blessed in that, even though I spent a lot of time in the foster care system, there was only one foster family that that really really helped me. I mean, just one, and they were real Southern old school, the Holy Roller church types that had to go to church every day. I love those people to this very day. I love them because between them and the military, I will probably be in a bad place right now because they're the only out of all those years. That family's the only family that I still keep in contact with. They're the only ones I still keep in contact with right to this day. Right to this day. But for me, I just don't think a lot of, especially mothers of today, there are a lot of women out there having children that have no earthly business whatsoever having children at all.
Zero. Absolutely not. I mean,
bro, there's just and sadly in the Black community we have too many Black women with the ability to procreate, and they should not be procreating with anybody. Period.
Yeah, well,
they just shouldn't be.
There's this myth out there that, if you can lay down and fuck and give birth to a baby, you're automatically a mother. And that's just not true, man. It's not true. Just because you can have a baby doesn't make you a mother. It doesn't. And within Black society, we think anybody can be a mother. She could be the biggest dope head. She could be the biggest whore. She could be a crack addict. She could be 12. She could be, why we think this way, I don't know. If you done passed the baby through your old funk box, you're automatically a mother, no matter what station in life you're in, no matter how old you are, no matter how many drugs you do, no matter whether or not your ass sleeping outside. Man, I was downtown Charlotte a couple months back, man. And down there, they got these tent cities and shit. If you ride this tent cities, man, do you know that it's a couple pregnant women walking around there in tent city? She living in a fucking tent, but she's still managing to fuck and get pregnant. Like, and guess what? She'll have that baby. Ain't nobody gonna come there and see if that baby got food or a warm place to stay or clothes, or ain't nobody gonna come there and do that shit. They're not. She gonna walk right out of that hospital and move that baby right into that tent. And guess what? Ain't nobody gonna come there and say shit. Ain't nobody gonna come there to see if that baby got food, warm clothes, milk, shoes, nothing. Nothing. That baby be living right out there in the goddamn cold. And no one will care because, see, she's a mother, even though she's sleeping in the fucking park. All right? Even though she's sleeping in fucking tent city. Even though the bitch smokes crack. It's like, it's the dumbest of things, man. It is so dumb. But a man on the other side of that now, a man trying to get custody of his kids, boy, they want to come to the house. They need to make sure you got a job. They want to look in the crib, make sure the baby got somewhere to sleep, make sure, you know, you got health insurance and all this bullshit. I know because I went through it. Them motherfuckers at my house, they call him a job. You know, is he a good employee? You know, doing all this shit, come to my crib, looking around, making sure I got health insurance and all so kind of nonsense. Like, what the fuck, man? This woman can freaking go have a baby at the hospital and live in the fucking woods behind the hospital, and ain't no fucking body coming there to check anything. She could be feeding that baby leaves, and no one would care. No one would care. I mean, it's just the craziest of things, man. All it takes is for you to pass one through your damn vagina, and automatically you have reached some type of mystical status where not only can you not be questioned, not only can you not be instructed, but you can't be criticized,
much less held to account.
Absolutely not.
Much
Absolutely not.
Because I mean, and I've seen that. It was here in Chicago. You can't, man. You go up under these viaducts or bridges, and you see people living up under them in tents all over the city. All over the city. And that was the one thing my wife, she's from South Africa. She says when she first came here and she saw that, she was shocked because she in South Africa she sees something completely different about the United States. When she came here, she's like, this is foreign. I see this at home. I don't see it here. But to see women pregnant out there, and society does, is nothing. Now, look, and for me, it's the selfishness. It's the sense of entitlement that you feel that you can do what you do because you want to live your best life at the expense of your own children. You're not even thinking about that. And then when you get older, you don't feel that you owe them any response, any explanation whatsoever why did they have to go through hell, specifically because of your decisions.
Yeah.
Yep, Lower Wacker Drive here in Chicago. That's right. It's 10 City, Lower Wacker Drive. Absolutely.
Peace, Doc Phoenix in the house. What's good with it, Doc? Been a while, brother. Been a while. Go ahead. My bad, brother.
Yeah, he's right on that Lower Wacker Drive. Absolutely. It's 10 City down there. And that's like a large concentration of it down there. It's hard to drive on that lower level down there and not see tents all over the goddamn place. And what they'll do, they'll build their tents right above these heat vents, so they'll have heat.
Yeah,
that's all over the damn city, man. So, but yeah, I mean, these women, they're having these children, and they're completely ruining their lives for their own selfish reasons.
Yeah,
for their own selfish reasons, and I don't think that there are many. I would say that my mother's case, that was probably that's probably one of the worst cases of that, where you have destroyed an entire family. Because it's not so much what she did with me, but you got all these other children who themselves have had children, and they don't have any closeness with their cousins, with their siblings. Can you imagine having brothers out there that you have never seen? That for me, that is a problem. That is an indictment.
Yes, it is.
When on a woman, when that type of stuff happens.
Yes,
when you have children out there that are siblings that they have never seen each other. When you have some of your children who wouldn't know their father. And see, another reason why this also just came out. Another reason why this false allegation thing is really a problem with me as well. Because some of my aunts let loose to me that my father spent 7 years in prison for some bullshit that my mother said. That she should have been the one who should have been spending that time in prison. You see how this shit go? See, this society is so sick, is mentally deranged about mothers.
Absolutely.
Mentally deranged about mothers. Have no sense of just of logic when you dealing with mothers that they really they can do no wrong. Mothers can do no wrong whatsoever. And to the extent that they can do any wrong, there has to be a reason, something that some man did somewhere that explains her wrong. So therefore, she should never be held to account.
Absolutely, man. Because it's covered under the umbrella, right? It's covered under the umbrella that, you know, she had you and she did the best she could. That's it. End of story. No matter what happened to you when you were a kid, no matter how bad she abused you or abandoned you or allowed you to be abused or, you know, broke your arm, threw you down the stairs, whooped you with the broomstick, you know, none of that matters because she had you and she did the best she could. And that's the thing that we ride up under, right? You know, oh well, you know, she was a mother, you know, she made mistakes and see me, I don't believe in that whole mistake shit. All right. I believe that there are mistakes and then there are bad intentions. When something happens and you couldn't predict the outcome, and that's a mistake. You know, it's just like, you know, you a computer guy, right?
Yep.
And you sitting at your desk and I walk by and you got a soda on your desk and my arm hit your computer and my arm hit the soda and spill on your computer. I'm like, oh shit, my bad. Brother Perfect Black, I didn't mean do that shit, man. But if I walk up and just slap the goddamn soda on your computer, that's not a fucking mistake. That's a bad decision because I did it purposely. I did it intentionally. So, you know, I just don't believe in, oh, it's a mistake. No, motherfucker, if you did it intentionally, it wasn't a fucking mistake. All right? It wasn't a mistake. So I think we let these mothers hide under that way too much because I'll say again, because she gave birth to you, whatever she did to you, she has diplomatic immunity because, see, she gave birth to you. So that gives her, you know, maternal immunity from all the other stuff that she might have done to you, how bad she treated you, whether or not she abandoned you, whether or not she ignored you when you told her these dudes is in your room at night. You know, all that kind of stuff is covered under that whole, you know, maternal immunity thing. And I think that's the problem, especially when you're talking about, you know, within certain pockets of Black society, because see, most of us, that's who we're being raised by. We're being raised by our mother. So that makes her not only beyond reproach, but beyond criticism, beyond accountability, beyond, you know, remembering the shit when you talk about it. Because when these things happen to you, man, when you're a kid, when you get to be an adult, your mama don't want to talk about this shit. She don't want to talk about the shit she did to you. She don't want to talk about the times that you came to her and was like, yo, mom, you know, because I've talked to many, many women, man, who have been abused when they were children. I've had them on this channel, man, multiple. It's not like it's one or two. I'm talking multiple women have been on this channel talking about how their mothers just allowed them to be molested, man. And their mothers don't want to talk about that shit. Their mothers act like the shit never happened. They act like these girls dreamt that shit. They imagined it. And it happened to them. It happened to these people. How you just gonna sit there and pretend? Because the old hoes, they remember, man. They remember all this shit. It's just that when they were younger, they didn't care. They didn't care about it. So they just moved on with their miserable lives, got older, and somehow came to terms with it in their mind and said, you know what, this is just something that happens when you're a mother of kids, especially if it happened to them. They damn sure don't give a shit that it happened to you now. Absolutely not.
Absolutely. And and see, I tell this because I care, because I do care about the Black community. But I gotta say this: Black men are going to have to some degree, uh, divorce themselves from that mindset that their mother is the and it is always right. Tupac is my all-time favorite rapper. But the worst song that I hate the most is that I cannot stand that song.
Yeah.
It is one of the worst songs ever produced or made.
Yeah.
It is. It's one of the worst songs ever made.
But
And
what does it tell us? It tells us your mama was great even though she was a fuck up.
Right. And that's a blockage. That right there is a blockage for progress with Black men. It is one of the things that's really holding us back in terms of Black men. That is holding us back mentally. We won't be able to move and be the men that we need to be if we don't rip that bullshit out of our heads about our mothers. Especially when we know full and goddamn well our mother was shitty.
Yeah.
I found out things about my mother, and I found out things about my mother in my 40s that I had to really sit down and really have one of those thinking moments. Like, what the fuck? What is this? I've had to come to grips with certain knowledge about, damn, she must have been this, she must have been that. She did some things to my siblings that it explains why that we've never met. My sister, well, I don't want to put. I have multiple siblings that went years in their life thinking that one person was their father, then they come to find out that they wasn't their father. Me and my brother grew up with the same last name. He didn't find out until he was an adult that we didn't have the same father. I mean, this is the type of stuff that women, mothers are allowed to do. I don't hear this type of stuff. I don't hear these type of stories coming from fathers. Society would never allow fathers to do this type of crap.
Absolutely not.
But they allow mothers to freely do this. And we make songs about how our mothers are queens, giving them no incentive to do better whatsoever when it comes to their children.
Yeah.
Black men, we have got to, we have to divorce ourselves of this idea that our mothers are perfect and they can do no wrong.
Yeah.
Nothing that we ever do as men in terms of being respected by other races, in terms of taking our rightful places into this world or anything, nothing that we ever do is ever going to be right until we fix that wart in our psyche.
Well, Black folks, we are under a spell, especially when you're talking about the sons, right? I don't know about when it comes to the daughters. That's another show for another night. But as sons, you find yourself under your mom's spell, right? Because she's your mom, right? And especially when you don't have a father, I think that has a lot to do with it as well. You don't have a father, so your mom is the premier parent, right? She's the premier parent. You know, you've been with her since you were a kid. You know, you grew up in her house. She indoctrinated you from a very young age that, you know, don't do what I do what I say do, because I'm your mama. You can never question her. You can never ask why, even when things are horrible. You can question nothing. You can't level any questions. You can't ask for understanding. She doesn't want you to seek understanding about anything. It's like, I'm your mama. That's it. It's like mother is this ultimate title. It's almost like she's a dictator in a sense. All right. She's like a dictator. She's a dictator. You can question nothing. All right. Whatever she says goes, even if what she's telling you is counterintuitive. All right. Even if what she's telling you doesn't make any goddamn sense. And you know what? And with these young mothers, forget it. I mean, I got somebody in my family, man. I guess it's been about 8 years now, right? And, you know, she already had 2 kids. She fucked around, got kicked out of her place, right? So now she's living in a shelter, and she was in the shelter for like 4 months, right? No one even knew where her and the kids were. And she finally gets in contact with the family, and she ends up getting contact with us. And she wants us to come and see her, you know, at this shelter. We get to the shelter. Now, I got it in my mind already that, you know, she's been here like 4 or 5 months, you know, in the shelter, right? Get there. When she comes outside with the 2 kids, you know what the fuck she got? A fucking big belly. And I'm like, how the fuck, you know, I'm like, how the fuck do you got a big belly, girl, living up in here? And you know what her answer was? Things happen. That's what she said. Things happen. I'm like, wait a minute. You done got kicked the fuck out. You got these other 2, but somehow you managed to get somewhere and get a dick in you? I mean, how does that make sense? What sense does that make? You supposed to be focusing on trying to get up out of here and get your life better. See, that's what kills me, right? Especially when you talk about these women who got 6 and 7 and 8, 9 fucking kids, and you know they like a year apart. It's like, where the hell were the 8 kids when you were making number 9? Where were the 7 kids when you were making number 8? Where were the 6 kids when you were making number 7? Like, unless you just making them all in that same house and they all out in the living room while you in there getting your back blown out. And I'm pretty sure a couple of them were like infants running around in there while you laying somewhere spread eagle. It's like, and then, you know, these kids start to grow up, and you won't even give them an honest answer about, you know, how they even came about, who their father is. Like, I'm nothing. Just accept that I'm your mama. Don't give a shit that I conceived you in an alley some fucking where. Don't give a shit that I conceived you in a nightclub bathroom. Don't give a shit that I conceived you because some dude gave me a $20 bag of crack. Like, how can you be so goddamn inconsiderate about a child that you brought into this world when they get to be an adult and start asking a few questions, especially when you're an older lady, because like I said, you know, they grow older, right? And they become these, I don't know, these churchy, sanctified, you know, sanctimonious people now, you know, because now, you know, she old and, you know, she thinks about things a little different now. And, you know, she looks like this now. So I guess I think they've, in their minds, they have made peace to a degree with the decisions they made when they were younger.
In my mother's
But
case, in my mother's case, that's definitely what she is completely at peace.
yeah,
And that's almost like a sociopath right there. I mean, you have ruined other people's lives, and you have completely made peace at that, and you don't think you owe no explanation to that at all. That's you're a sociopath. And
yeah,
I don't want you nowhere around my family. I don't want you anywhere around my children. I don't give a damn that they're your grandchildren. You ain't coming around them at all. Period.
yeah.
She comes
And
around here. She comes around here. She's going to jail.
the crazy thing is, the children are probably better off
Exactly.
because I talked tonight about how these old biddies, a lot of them are old and sweet and quiet and stuff. Now, a lot of these older women, man, they're in their 60s and 70s, man. They still have the same goddamn mind state, man. They still think the same way, even though they're like 65. Told you see them in the supermarket, man. I see these old biddies in the supermarket, man. Some of these old ladies in their 60s and 70s, man, they still got the whole twinkle in their eye.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
They
my mother's not really that old. I mean, she's only 16 years older than me. She's not that. I mean, you put that into your. I mean, really think about that. I mean, think about that. So she is. I don't. And she's what you would call a black widow.
Mm.
A lot of men that she's been with has died, and
Wow.
she has gotten the reap the benefits from that.
Mm. Yeah,
And
man. I mean,
from what I understand now, she's with another man who's got health issues. So she knows how to pick these men with health issues. So she's a black widow.
Yeah, a lot of these old biddies, man. Let me tell you something. They know exactly what they're doing.
But see, we live in a society. When bad behavior is incentivized, you're going to get more bad behavior, regardless of what it is. It's sociopath. That's right. You're going to get more of the same behavior whenever the behavior is incentivized. This society incentivizes the behaviors of women like my mother. It incentivizes it.
Yeah.
So it's not going to go away. There's only one thing that we can do in terms of black men, is leave these women alone.
Yeah,
Don't put your reproductive material in them. And in particular, black American women. I'm sorry, but I do not apologize for telling higher value black men to do not date, marry, or otherwise black American women. Don't do it. Because you're going to fuck around and mess around and impregnate a woman like my mother, and you're going to have a whole lifetime of hell.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I can gather, if she's a woman like my mother, who after having all of those children was still able to hold her looks, you in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah. If she still look like something.
Exactly. You in trouble. Because she had 9 children. Think about that for 9, all natural, 9.
Yeah, she still look like something, boy. Look
still,
out.
Even right now, she's still pretty petite. I've never known her to be, overweight or anything like that.
Yeah, she can still hold on to her looks. I talked about that earlier. You see some of those old biddies, they 60, 70 years old, you look at them and, you can tell they were nice looking women when they were younger because they not bad looking now. They're just old, they're just old. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, check your email, doc. Check your email, good doctor. Yeah, man. I mean, we all have a past, right? All of us have a past.
But at some point, you have to be honest. You have to have some type of honest reconciliation with it.
Yes, I agree.
Have to.
I agree.
You have to, because if you don't, you're going to mess around and you're gonna be a danger to yourself, or you're gonna be a danger to some other people.
I agree. I
And
totally agree.
in this case, my mother, she does not deserve women like that. Don't deserve interpersonal relationships with anyone, because you're not going to do anything but destroy other people.
Yeah, I agree with that
Now
too.
I'm not perfect, but I can tell you the things that I've done to reconcile these things have been pretty good. And I've kept myself in surroundings, especially the older that I've gotten, I kept myself in surroundings of other good people
Mm-hmm.
and have not been afraid to talk about it. Have not been afraid to get therapy. Because I'm really big on this. Is one thing I'm glad that Kevin Samuels talked about. We need to get therapy. Don't be afraid to get it. Don't be afraid to get therapy. That's a good thing, especially when it comes to the Black community, given things that we've been through as a people. We are inheriting, we're carrying passed down trauma,
Yeah,
much less this crap that we have to deal with from our mothers, going all the way back to baby boomers and all of that mess.
absolutely, man. Because
Just irresponsible parenting. You're having children after children, a child after child, with no real intentions on actually being a parent to that child. That's trauma within it, in and of itself. Forget about having to deal with the Jim Crow and all this other mess. And she was raised during the time of Jim Crow, and this is what the hell she was doing.
yeah,
This is the society. Even Jim Crow society allow a Black woman to be this irresponsible.
yep. But we've been
I just think that
joined.
people really need to wrap their minds around that type of idea.
We've been joined by a very special guest, a guest that I have a lot of respect for. The one and only Doc Phoenix is in the house. What's good with it, Doc Phoenix?
Good evening. How are you doing? How
All
you
right,
gentlemen
man.
doing?
Been a while, brother. Been a while, man. What you got, man? I know you got something on this.
Yeah. No, I've been really busy. Um, well, a couple things. One, Perfect Blackness brought up an example of, I believe he said his younger brother, older brother, had learned that that they didn't have the same fathers when they were adults. And it reminded me of a situation that had recently occurred in the past month and a half or so. Um, so essentially, my wife, she was telling me this story because she's also a clinician in the medical field as well, and she was sitting in on a particular counseling session, if you will, a genetic counseling session, and come to find out, the child at the center of this, who had undergone some genetic testing, for a number of genetic issues that this child had. Come to find out, the father who had primary custody of the child, now the mother was available, was also a part of this meeting as well. Apparently, he was not the father. This child was about 8 years of age at the time. He wasn't the father. They learned this obviously through genetic testing. But more importantly, what had happened was that the mother had actually falsified lab documents. So she typed up a lab document claiming that that the child was his, and apparently he took it to heart because he brought it into this meeting and my wife was explaining this to me, and she said, like, yeah, the guy was looking crazy when they told him, when the other docs was when the other physicians was sitting in there essentially saying they didn't outright say it, but pretty much you got the hint that the child wasn't his. And he was like flabbergasted. He like, no, I have this paper right here. She gave me this paper, and and this is a Zoom call, or a Zoom meeting or something like that. And so he was asked to put the paper up to the camera to show it, and it didn't have an official seal.
Mm.
And so he was told that the paper was fraudulent, and he like, I'll be damned. this woman gave me some false documents. And so she said, so everyone is in this meeting. Everyone's there. The mother was there. The father was there. And soon as it finally hits him, this guy went ballistic from what my wife said. He basically was cursing her out on camera. Everyone was there, just mouths to the floor. But the point is that this is, with that said, the point I'm getting at is that this is such a common issue with Black folks.
Mm-hmm.
And specifically, you have I don't think Black men realize you kind of hear the numbers out there about quarter to about a third of all children being raised are by men that are biologically not the fathers. And my personal opinion, I think that number's a little higher than that.
I do too.
I think that number's probably somewhere around 40 to 50%, but that's just my own anecdotal observation. However, with that said, the problem is that there are no repercussions for this. This is very much incentivized by government, by policy. Very much policies are in place that really incentivize this kind of behavior, and more importantly, doesn't really punish really fraudulent, behavior like this. Very, very duplicitous, skullduggerous behavior, if you will. And unfortunately, for most men, by the time many of them find out that this child may or may not be theirs, they've already significantly invested their time and resources, and probably the most important thing is actually the time, and there is obviously that emotional attachment that goes along with that. And so it becomes the moment this happens, a lot of men just immediately detach. Now you get some men who may just say, you know what, okay, child is mine, I've been here all this time, be as it may, I'm going to continue in this path. But I just think men do themselves a disservice by allowing themselves, one, to stay in this relationship, and two, more importantly, if you have a shred of doubt, because in this gentleman's case, he was told by his father that that child wasn't his. His father looked at that child and said,
baby ain't yours, boy.
that child isn't yours. There's no one in our family that have these genetic issues. This is unheard of. This child cannot possibly be yours. And again, he had been warned to have testing done at birth, but he refused to do so. And it's only because this child was tested as part of something dealing with his educational program, and comes back that through this genetic testing, we learned you ain't the father. Because again, to make something really clear, there's never any debate as to whether the mother is the mother. We already know that when you do genetic testing, it will always determine whether or not that father is truly the biological father. And you hear stories like this all the time. Whether, there's a very famous story that came out of England about a year or two ago about a father who was diagnosed later in life with cystic fibrosis, but come to find out that none of his sons have the gene, which means that he's not the father. And he ended up suing the wife and divorcing. And so, the relationship, between the two sons he had that he raised pretty much until they were practically grown, became virtually non-existent at that point. But the point is that, by law, many states don't do testing in general. And so every man should request it personally. Personally, I think there should be a law on this. But I don't think that will ever happen without some significant organization from men, and specifically Black men, because Black men tend to be the major group that tends to be impacted by this what we would refer to as paternity fraud in this case.
Yeah.
And so the point is that, yeah, outside of a few states, only a few states really test for certain genetic disorders like sickle cell or something like that. There's only a handful of states in the country that do this automatically. So genetic testing in general is not something that is mandatory, and certainly not something that states, do unless it's either requested, or maybe the child is suspected of having a condition, and then physicians will request it or whatever. And so again, the point is that, to what Perfect Blackness was saying earlier, this is something that I've seen, not just the story I was reiterating from what my wife was telling me, but specifically what I've seen in my personal experience, over the last few years. And again, this is a very common issue among Black men. And so when you think, I mean, I know the topic here is about mothers and the things that they do that essentially go unpunished, and how many of these things get incentivized. But you also brought up another point that I want to make really quickly about being in homeless shelters and being pregnant. That's something that I personally experienced, because starting in undergrad, I used to do a lot of community based research, and specifically, I used to volunteer at like so a lot of your Catholic homeless shelters and centers, and so this was in Wisconsin, and I remember I went to the major one in Milwaukee, and you wouldn't believe the number of women in there who were either pregnant or had children sitting in these homeless shelters. And obviously they had two separate sections, one for men, one for women, but obviously the women far outnumbered the men in this case. And that's simply because typically most men don't generally get into homeless shelters. You most likely end up on the streets, which is certainly true if you go to you go to a major city like Chicago, like I was saying earlier in the chat about Lower Wacker Drive. And in general, if you go on the north side of Chicago, you will find plenty of homeless Black women, many of them are drug addicts.
Yep.
If you go on the north side, like Uptown near Broadway, and the Truman College, I believe, Truman College near Broadway and Lawrence, I believe. Yep. So yeah, if you go in that area, you will find, because there's a few halfway houses, but there's a lot of homeless Black women in that area. So again, in general, there are laws. So you have like the safe haven law, which allows women to new mothers to essentially abandon their child.
Just literally just abandon their child. That's what it is.
Yeah. And so you have things that are essentially, you have sort of bad behavior or dysfunctional behavior that gets incentivized through government policy. And that's essentially what I'm getting at here, but I'll turn it over.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you say that, Doc. You talk about the lady who falsified the documents and all this kind of foolishness, and because
this happens a lot.
This
is not what I'm saying. This happens a lot.
Yeah, I know, and this is the thing, Doc. You're not only causing unnecessary trauma to the brother, you're also causing unnecessary trauma to the child, because you done went through all of this so this dude could think that he's the father of the child, and then the BS and the lies get unraveled, and come to find out he's not the father of the child, especially if the child has built a bond with this brother. He sees this brother as his father. So now this comes about, especially if you got a kid that's aware. All right. It's one thing if the kid is a year old, but what if the kid is 11? What if the kid is 12? And now the truth comes out, because we as men, we gonna tell the kid the truth. All right. We're not gonna just ride the lie and hope nobody ever asks anything about it. We're going to be like, look, your mom told a lie, and I'm not your biological father, kid. That's what we're going to do. So now you've traumatized this kid with all of that. All right, that lets you know how selfish some of these people are, because they're not even thinking about that, man, when they do this. All right, they're thinking about that moment in time, that hour, that day. All right, that month, that situation. They're not thinking about what's going to happen in the future. I said this earlier. A lot of times when these women, or these mothers, if you can call them that, when they're young, they're not thinking about when they get old or when they get older. And likewise, when they're old, they want to just, do a quick memory wipe of some of the crap that they did when they were younger.
Oh, nothing to see here.
Yeah, there's nothing to see here. None of that ever happened. Falsified documents and tell somebody that they was your father, really they weren't. What are you talking about? That didn't happen, son. What are you saying? I'm in church now. I'm hitting my tambourine and singing, praise the Lord. None of that matters now. I have repented. Jesus has forgiven me. All right. That's where I think it goes, man. They get into this. I was watching a video one time, right? And y'all will probably know what I'm talking about. I think Brother Sotomayor was playing it. I don't even remember. It's been a while. It was this girl, and she looked like maybe she was in her, I don't know, mid-20s or possibly 30. And they were in, the old church. And she gets up there, right? And, I guess she just felt compelled to testify. And she got up there and she started talking about her mother, who was sitting right on the front row. Her mom, she looked like she about 60, 65. That's when they get into their sanctified churchy nonsense. So she's sitting there with the tambourine, banging the tambourine and all this kind of nonsense. And the girl goes into telling her story. Like, she looks over at her mother and she asks her mother, why did you let that happen to me when I was a kid? Why did you never say anything? Why didn't you stop that man from touching me? And her mother jumps up. Instead of jumping up and saying, you know what, I apologize to you, my daughter. She jumps up and say, oh, the blood of Jesus, you lying. Oh, the blood of Jesus. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, why would this girl get up here at 30 years old and say this happened? And it really, to the very end, man, no attrition for none of this shit they've done in their past, man. I mean,
No.
it's like a quick memory wipe. It's like memory restore on your computer. You know how you do to restore your computer, and everything gets wiped off, and it kind of, it's like a brand new computer now. Everything clean, nothing in there. They do that all the time, and they refuse to have a discussion about it. If you ask about it, you'll be accused of lying, even if it's something that happened to you that traumatized you. If not that, she'll claim, I don't remember that.
And brother, that also speaks to how they view their sons.
Yeah.
Because if that is your position, that is your posture, you have no regard for your kids' feelings at all.
Nope.
Zero.
Nope.
Now, if I may, brother, because I don't normally do this, because I really don't get off into reading what people are saying in the chat. But if I may, I really want to respond to Shonda H.
Okay.
And what she said. She said women should be vetted properly by men. If she's vetted properly, then she could be a Black American female and be a good wife.
I'll put it up.
All women have, put it up. All women have a chaotic nature, but culture and environment impact behavior. So,
and Lady Shonda, you can come up if you want to. I mean, it's up to you. You can come up.
Oh no, I'm not gonna. I do want to respond to the vetting part. Okay, and I hate to get anecdotal on this, but there really isn't a lot of vetting that my me and my ex-wife, my first child, she was born 2011. Me and my ex-wife, we started dating in 2008, right? And we were dating exclusively, during that time. There was nothing that she showed me, said to me, done to me that would make me believe that she would falsely accuse me 5 times of abusing my daughter, physically and sexually. What signs do you have to look for to say, you know what? I may not want to have any children with this woman because she just may she's may falsely accuse me of sexually molesting my daughter. You can vet all you want. I mean, you can go. I mean, from what I met and from what because I met her family. I met a lot of folks in her family. I didn't know that at that time that they would co-sign her bullshit. See, this idea that we need to vet, that's kind of some wrong thinking there, and it obfuscates. It gets around this whole idea that women, mothers they are incentivized. Their bad behavior is incentivized and rewarded. Period. End of. We don't want to do anything about that. We don't want to say anything about. Well, if you just vet more, you pick better. It's easier to say that. I hate to say this, but it's easier to say that if you are a man. It's easier for women to vet men. Vetting women is a completely different thing because bad behavior is incentivized. At no point in this society will a black man not be held to account. Hell, he's been held to account for things he didn't do. Much less the stuff he didn't. Much less he did do. Women they are not held to account for their bad behavior. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
I would just say really quickly, for me as a millennial, as horrible as the older women are, I would say the younger women, by orders of magnitude, are far worse than the older women. And again, I really don't like doing anecdotal, but this is my experience as a healthcare provider being in healthcare. So I don't know if this is truly anecdotal. More or less, this is really the norm. And it's been my experience that under most circumstances, boys are expendable.
Yes.
I have stories for days of the number of young mothers where we're talking under 40, young sons. They're trying to get these sons psychologically evaluated for a number of psychological conditions, usually ADHD or something of that nature, opposition defiant disorder, something like that. But the more importantly, they're trying to get the kids medicated. And part of the reason they're trying to get the kids medicated is because now that the kid can go into a school system, this is part of his education plan, and more importantly, they get financial kickbacks for this. And so essentially, the boys become really these ATM machines, these commodities that you can extract some wealth from. Mm-hmm. So again, even from the moment of conception and through pregnancy, and as a child is going through like growth and development, they're at all those levels, at all those milestones. Women are incentivized to hey, throw your son onto it, get your son medicated. Put your son on this, and most of the time, the issues that come from children, and it's kind of my theory that children know from the moment they're born. Children have an instinct, babies and even as toddlers and as they get older, have an instinct of when they know they're in a bad scenario, when they're in a bad situation. And I think a good example of that, if you ever went out, you just kind of notice, you see one of these single mothers out here, and you can kind of tell she might be in a bad position, bad situation, but the baby just cries and cries and cries, and no matter what is being done, no matter what she attempts to do, you just cannot console that baby. you know and I think part of that is just that natural reaction to the environment that baby finds himself in. And again, this is just sort of my hypothesis here, but I do think these things are very much corroborated. They correlate, and essentially, at every level, there's this incentive. There is incentives for women to really essentially throw your sons away.
That's right.
You turn them into a commodity. Either you get lucky and they're physically talented, so maybe you might be able to get them into professional sports or something of that nature, or you find some way they can extract some wealth from this child, from this son. So either you serve them up, in my personal opinion, on the sports plantation, or you serve them up, you serve them up to the system in some form or another.
Yep. Because I mean, at some point in time, right? You would like to think that they would put the child's well-being first, and that's not often the case, man. And the kid ends up suffering because, let's be honest here, man. Some
I
of
would
us,
say that's never the case. I would say that's never the case.
I mean, some of us, man, we were just born to bad mothers, man. I mean, a lot of people don't say it, but you know me, brother Perfect Black, I've been saying this shit for like years. All right. Some of us were born to very bad mothers.
Yeah. And some of us can't really come to grips with that. Some of us, I had to come to grips with that. I just had to come to grips with it and be able to talk about it.
Mothers, she tried her damnedest to only think about herself. And in the process of her just thinking about herself, it affected you. It affected your brothers and sisters. And I think if enough of that happens over the course of time, it eventually affects different parts of Black society, man. You can't tell me that it doesn't. That's why I get so pissed when I see these people like Christina Cross and all these other people and what's her other name? Deborah Cooper talk this. Oh, you don't need a father. Oh, the fathers aren't as important as we've been saying they are all these years. I mean, it just kills me, man, because 9 times out of 10, if there was a father in the life of these children, even though the mom was horrible, maybe these children could have been spared a lot of trauma, man.
Yeah, but, I mean,
peace, fellas. What's going on? Hey, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Go ahead. Hold on. Let the doc rock. Go ahead, doc.
I just want to say really quickly, and I'll let gentlemen can talk. There's incontrovertible evidence, proof, peer-reviewed research for decades that is showing the effects of children not having a father in the home. Okay, so I mean, even the CDC has this whole section, and again, I've talked about this on a few other occasions, but I really encourage you, T.P.O.T, and any of the folks on the panel and also in the chat, just go check out ACEs, Adverse Childhood Experiences, and ask yourself, does this line up with what you've all seen in your life, what you may have experienced in your life? And so again, there's this whole, and I heard part of that stream you did the other day, T.P.O.T, with the researcher the sociologist that's going to Harvard. And I'll just outright tell you right now, there's not a social scientist, economist, or anyone of the ilk that takes this woman's research serious. I mean, you're going against decades of conventional wisdom, research that's proven time and time again. There is a reason that the numbers you see for the men in prison who come from single mother households practically correlates with the percentage of single mothers present in Black America.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's true across the board. Whether you look at the achievement gap, you look at even the percentages of Black men that play in professional sports. Most of these men came from single mother households, and the percentages line up almost perfectly with the single motherhood rate within Black America. And again,
how the hell is this woman gonna be a professor at Harvard though? Talking this crap.
Let me tell you something. Really quickly. Look, I'm just gonna be honest about this. I've came across plenty of social scientists and just scientists in general who do research in these areas, and in general, when I come across the Black women, excuse me, her her disposition is no different than the typical Black female I've known and met in academia. Very few Black women that I've met truly speak truth. This right here is a load of garbage. That and you know how I came across it? It was my wife that she caught a bit of your stream and she said, "You need to check this out." And she loaded up this woman's research and I started to read through some of this. I'm like, who the hell?
Wait a minute. Hold the presses. Wifey watches my stuff.
She came across. She was like, you have to check this out because it was yesterday actually. It was yesterday evening, and was coming home, and she was like, you need to, she listened like, you need to check this out. This is really good. Like, and I listened. I didn't listen to all of it. I listened to probably about a good 30, 45 minutes of it, and I'm like, oh my God, I know why. I know how she got at Harvard. She got at Harvard. She got at Harvard the same way, unfortunately, a lot of Black women get to Harvard, get into academia, get into these positions, get into these PhD programs. Yes, because these folks know goddamn well her peers, her contemporaries will never take her serious. They will never take that body of research serious. They know it. But again, you need people to run interference, and that's what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean,
because if you can sit here and convince an entire group of people that, yeah, men serve no purpose, when if you look at all of the groups of people in this country and just globally, you clearly see that children are far more successful when when you have an active father in their life, but not just an active father in their life, but they are coming from intact 2-person households. There is incontrovertible proof that is a fact. Absolutely. So again, they hire this one because they let it's no more different than you had the Brittany Coopers and some of these other Black female PhDs out here that talk that crazy crap.
Well, at this point, that's biblical truth. At this point, it's been proven over. It's almost like beating a dead horse. That's already been proven. It's already been. You come from a 2-parent home, an intact family. The kids are going to do better. The statistics on that is overwhelming. Is not, you can't even argue it.
Yeah, that's why that even be argued at this point? How can that even be argued at this point? But go ahead, the man. What's good with it?
So the reason why I think that they don't want Black men in the households is because they don't want anybody else to see what the hell is happening with these kids, and they don't want anyone to stop it. Okay.
What do you mean when you say that? What do you mean when you say that?
Well, so obviously being married, I went through and because we're talking anecdotal experiences, right? Mm-hmm. Even although we hate to use them, I know when my wife and I, because we've been through our periods of separation, okay, and she's done some pretty raunchy stuff, right? The deal is that I've noticed the change in my son when he's with me, and then when he's with her, right? and the periods of neglect, right? His education lacks, right? His confidence lacks, and like his will for being at all, because she's not paying attention to him. There's no prioritization. She's doing everything else but, she was doing everything else but really paying attention to him, right? So with that being said, give you an example. His reading levels went down, and during our period of separation, his reading level went down, and he stopped speaking his foreign languages. Okay, because he was learning Cantonese, right? But when he's with me and we're in the house together, I can see exactly what it is that she's doing, and I can speak to, hey, listen, maybe you'll want to spend some more time with them. Maybe you would want to, maybe you'll want to be a mother, right? And I was on a panel today with someone else, and I don't know. Can we mention other people from other shows? I don't know, because
long as you ain't talking crap about them.
I'm just gonna state the facts, right? So China came onto the show, and China, I don't know if you guys know who she is, but I didn't know who she was,
China White.
China White.
I suppose.
Yeah, I know who she is.
I know she is. Yeah.
And we were discussing the list, right? Because apparently it's making its waves, right? So we were discussing the list, and I told her, I said, I'm talking about the health of women. And she's like, women don't want to talk about their health. Women don't give us about their own health, right? Wait a minute. These are women that is out here actively having sex, actively having babies, and they're not even caring about their own health. So they don't even care about themselves. So if you don't care about yourself, what makes you think that you're going to care about the kids? So the things that we're talking about on this show is advanced even when we're talking to women. This is an advanced conversation because they don't even give a crap about taking care of themselves on a basic level. And we're having children with them, and they're saying, I don't care about myself. I don't want anyone around trying to tell me what to do or watching over me, maybe giving me some discipline and making sure that I'm okay and doing what I'm supposed to do with the kids, simply because I don't want the discipline, right? So let me get daddy government and to get you out the way. So I'll call the police. I will make up stories. I will make up lies, right? I will do everything to prevent you from watching over me with these children. Okay? I've seen protective orders, right? I've seen orders of protection that these women filed. And I got the receipts, right? Orders of protection that these women filed to try to keep these men away from the children. And the guys do absolutely nothing, right? Just send a text message, hey,
not all men, trust me. Not all men, trust me.
Not all men, but I'm talking about the ones that I'm talking about, right? Mm-hmm. And it's all due to the fact that, like I said, it's not a battle against the men. It's actually a battle against discipline. They don't want the discipline. The women don't. They don't want anyone saying anything to them. They got what they want, right? And it's all about them. And it's sad to say because even in our own anecdotal experience, my mother was a raunchy chick, right? My mother, for all intent purposes, she acted like every bit of that she came from the projects. And she had a loving father, a loving mother, great household, all of this stuff she was brought up in. And she acted just like a project chick. And now that she's older, she's like, well, I apologize. I'm sorry that I did all of this stuff.
More than me.
That's monumental right there, because most of them
do not
they don't apologize for jack.
But hold on. The only reason why she's saying that is because she want to see my kids. And the answer is still no.
Well, there is that. There is the that selfishness that still
That's right.
kind of
And
creeps
that's the
through.
only reason why you get it. See, the only thing, if we're not putting our foot down as men, right, you won't get anything. And she knows, left up to me, you will never see my kids. Why? Because I know what you're capable of. Stay away from my family. Stay away from my kids. Don't call, don't ask.
Well,
right? Because
the way your mother was in the past, right, when she was younger, how did that affect you? The fact, because you said she was a raunchy chick. I mean, how did that affect you as a kid?
Well, as a kid, I always strive for more, for better for myself, right? Because I learned earlier, no one is going to do better for you but you. No one's going to give a shit about you but you. Okay, so you have to become a better person. Do what it is that you have to do. Train, do whatever it is that you have to do. So personal development was always my thing.
So right? How old were you when she was doing all this raunchy stuff? How old were you?
Oh man, I mean, it started when my dad passed, because my dad was he was a disciplinarian. You know what I mean? You know, he was a disciplinarian, but when he passed, oh, it was on. Game was on. You know, I mean, my sister went by the wayside, and I was just speaking to my mother maybe last week. I said, imagine this. My sister went to school when she was 5 years old, came home, never to see her daddy again because he was murdered, right? And I said, hey, listen, and look at what you did. Instead of really paying attention to her, honing in on her, what did you do? You decided it was party time, right? And then you decided to bring other men around this 5-year-old girl when she was growing up, and guess what happened? She got touched on as she was coming up. And as she was getting touched on as she was coming up, she started having sex at an early age. Sex at an early age. Next thing you know, about time she was 17, 18 years old, she had a baby. Got pregnant at 17, 18, had a baby. Guess what happened to my sister? Baby daddy issues. She wound up running the man off. Got three adult males living in her household, and she's mad at the government because they just cut off the system last year. She was on public aid for 20 years.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
20 plus years.
20 years.
She was on like 22 years, and she was mad because they cut her off.
Well, you know, that's short. Some of them live on it for a lifetime, man. That's their whole life.
Wow.
Their whole life, man.
You did? So, and so now 3 nephews, and all they do all day really is play video games. They may get a job sporadically, but they play video games for the most part. That's it. And she makes sure that she loads them up with the latest video game.
And let me guess, she won't let those boys go to no man.
Oh, not at all. But I mean, at this point, you can't even say anything to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Son husbands.
Yeah. They're the husbands. Well, I'm gonna give myself a cheap plug, a shameless plug. Y'all need to go down there and check out this little video and this little video analysis I did the other day. It's called Black Fathers Don't Rock with Perry and Company. And somebody sent me this. The Hood Conservative sent me this video clip. And, you know, I'm stopping it and starting it and giving my analysis. And it's a video from 2014. But I think it's very important because you have Melissa Harris Perry, Dyson, of course. You got James Smith. You got Deborah Cooper. All the gang's all there. And they are basically repeating the same sentiment as Dr. Cross. So, and this is a video from, I think, 2014. So I think, you know, y'all should go down there and check it out. I'm going to put the link in the chat. You Negroes better go down there and watch it. That's all. Cheap Shameless plug. But continue, gentlemen. So
No,
what do you go ahead, brother? Perfect.
no,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, no. I was just gonna say, I was just gonna have him to continue, but go ahead, bro.
No, what I'm gonna say is this. So what do you think about, because the stuff we talking about tonight, right? We talking about, our old MaMas Past, some of us had really horrible mamas and all that kind of stuff. We live in a different world now. So if you got mothers that are doing that now, do you think that it's going to have a greater effect on these children in another 10, 15, 20 years than it did on the people who had terrible mothers, say 30, 40 years ago, because they were growing up in a different time, right? We grew up in a different time. I know me, I'm a Gen Xer, right? I'm an older Gen Xer. So yeah, if I had a horrible mama, I may have been able to circumnavigate myself through it a little better. I look at you, Brother Perfect Black. You came through it, became a successful man. You a family man and all that kind of stuff. But what about the young boys who are getting that kind of treatment today? Will they be able to circumnavigate through that in the next 15, 20, 25 years?
Can I speak to that?
Go ahead.
All right. I don't believe so. And here's the reason why. Is because it's done really now in a more passive aggressive way. Right? So the women today, they try to cover up their abuse by buying the boy stuff. Right? Let me buy him
buy him a PlayStation after I done cracked him across the head with the mop handle.
Right. Or even let's just say keeping the kids away from their dads. Right. That is like the hugest form of abuse, but they don't want to look at it like that. Right. Because it's money that's behind it. But they would go out and they would buy them a $400 belt. Right. $300 or $400 pair of shoes, $1,000 pair of pants or whatever, and a $600 shirt, right? And so, here, be happy with this, right? But then, if you scratch my favorite pan or something like that, I'm going to beat you with it, right? And boys quite naturally, see, here's the deal: boys quite naturally, they don't want to disappoint their mothers. So they'll be tight-lipped about it. And this is the reason why the numbers are skewed in this one area when it comes to abuse amongst boys. Right? It goes largely unreported, right? And even still, the boys will be sitting there with a black eye saying that their mothers didn't do anything. Right? No, my mother didn't do anything to me. Right? Why? Because the government takes you out the home, but you go down, right? The county is not going to let you have no PlayStation in your room. The government is not going to let you, CPS comes, the government is not going to treat you any better than I am. So the boys stay tight-lipped about it. And so what that's going to do is that it's going to me, I think it's going to fester. Then when the boys get older, they're going to have extreme problems with women. I.e. a lot about what it is that we're seeing now. The ability to pair bond it's outrageous now. The boys have no discipline. They can't talk to anyone, right? But only thing that they know how to do is get a hard on.
Well, that means that the PlayStation isn't really for, the PlayStation isn't really to keep the boy happy or say, I'm sorry for cracking you across the head with the mop handle. It's more so to make her feel better. That's her form of attrition, I guess, right?
Right. And it's to keep them in a state of psychosis.
It pacifies them.
Yeah, right. That's all it is. I done hit you across the back with this damn baseball bat. So I'm gonna go ahead get you this damn Xbox, and that makes it all better. But isn't that the thing? That's what we've been talking about all night, right? women do these things because we talking about old mama's past. You know, she did all these horrible things. You know, she treated the children bad. She might have been a whore. She might have been a dope addict or whatever. But now she's 60. She's 65. So all that crap she can't do anymore. She can't get out there and twerk and chase penises and do all this kind of nonsense. So now her attrition is in other things, right? Mainly church, right? She goes to church, you know, she's repented. So whatever she did in the past, none of it's happened. You know, no matter what type of life she lived, no matter how bad she treated her children, now she get up there and praise God, and it all goes away. And if you dare bring it up, you are now deemed a demon, right? You bring all this stuff up because, see, by the blood of Jesus, she has been forgiven.
And my mother,
people,
she says the same thing right now. She says the same thing right now. Yeah. We can get her on the phone right now, and she'd say the same thing.
And people,
the blood of Jesus.
And people wonder why I stay out of the church. But that's a different discussion.
Yeah,
I really want to. I really want to kind of attack what you were saying, and because it kind of goes to. Not kind of. It really goes to why I do a lot of mentoring with boys, with black boys here in Chicago. That I've told the story several times about how having a kid on the football team. I'm tutoring him in my home. His grades start to improve. His behavior start to improve. When they get him, connected with his father, his grades really start to improve. And then when the mother find out, they take him off the team, and his grades start to plummet.
That happens all the time.
I got stories like that all the time. But this is the reason why I do what I do. Okay, because these boys are going unmanaged, and they're going unmanaged by a very, very corrosive influence called mom. Their mom in particular.
Yeah.
And I have to try to walk a tight rope here, because I don't want to get them in. I don't want to convince their mothers to allow me to mentor them, only to tell them, dude, your mama is your problem. I don't want to can't come out and say that, but that's kind of what it is.
Mm-hmm.
When I realized my mother was the problem, I was a freshman in high school. Now I used to go to work with my uncle. My uncle, he took a kind to me. Because he was good friends with my dad, and the guy that ultimately murdered my dad, my uncle introduced him, right? So he kind of felt that he was responsible. So my uncle took a shine to me. And what he did was he took me to work and he taught me to trade. Okay, so I started learning the trade at 12 years old. Working on houses, I started learning, electricity, all of this stuff, right? So I can make some money. Well, he used to take me with him every day, and he would give me money. Well, he would tell me in the car, he says, listen, don't give your mother your money, right? This is your money. Put your money in your pocket. Don't give it to her, right? Well, it took some years before I realized what he was talking about, because I'm like, yo, my mother needs money because we're poor, and she'll do the right, responsible thing with it. Well, she was taking the money, giving the money to the weed man, right? So I had to start that process all over again. Well, as you're growing up, I had to start realizing, wait a second, I need to take this money and start buying my own clothes, because my mother's not buying me any clothes, right? Now I'm going to work.
Can you hold that for just a second? Hey, T.P.O.T, I have to take off for the evening.
Yeah, Doc, you got to come around, man. Doc, you you my man, man. You my go-to guy when we doing this.
I've been really busy. I've been really busy.
So what you got
Yeah.
going on in the next couple of days, Doc? I need you to come back for an Ask the Doc, man.
I'm actually gonna be really busy this week, pretty much all through the weekend.
Okay.
Um,
Well, hit me up when you're free, man. I need to get
okay,
you on for an Ask the
okay,
Doc series, my brother. I need to get you
all
on,
right.
Doc.
Thank you for having me.
You
Thank you.
got it, man.
All right, you
Anytime.
guys, you gentlemen have a good evening. Take care.
Take it
All
easy,
Good
Doc.
right.
night,
Take it
Doc.
easy.
All right.
The one and only Dr. Phoenix, y'all. That's my go-to guy right there, boy, with his medical stuff. Boy, that's the good doc there, man. But go ahead, brother. You got it.
So here's the psychosis that my mother had me trained into, right? Bring me your money and I'll take care of everything that you need, right? But then I started wearing out the middle of my pants. I started getting holes in my pants because I'm waiting on her. Like, hey, yo, I need more pants, need more pants, need more pants, right? And she wouldn't buy me any more pants, but yet she keep taking my money. Now I'm safety pinning my pants together. I'm sewing my pants together. And this is the psychosis that these women have these boys into, right? And it took me to a point where this was the breaking point and the growing up point for me, right? To see how actually selfish my mother's was, so much so she didn't even give a shit about me having more than one pair of pants, right? That was my red pill moment. Hey, listen, she's not going to do anything for you. So you need to take care of yourself. Now, the boys today, they're not going to have those red pill moments because there's not anything that's going to be driving them to that breaking point to where they have to take necessity over their mother. Right? So they are not incentivized to leave. So they're going to be constantly caught in that state of psychosis. So the only thing that's going to stop them is when they have some sort of emotional outburst with the police officer, and then that's when they're going to get it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't want this to be, I don't want this to be misconstrued. I mean, we was talking, all night about your old mammy, and but everybody knows me. I've been talking about this kind of crap for years. I've been talking about it so long, it's just crazy at this point. But I just need y'all to understand the gravity of stuff like this.
Need Vanessa crack fiend, crack fiend, crack fiend, crack fiend.
But where we
You always was black queen, mama.
We have to understand, man, that none of our mothers were perfect, right? But some of them were less perfect than others. And those mothers who were less perfect than others probably fucked a lot of us up. A lot of them is the reason why a lot of these brothers are in jail. It's the reason why a lot of these brothers are homeless.
Yep.
It's the reason why a lot of these brothers have mental problems.
Yep.
It's the reason why a lot of these brothers just can't get right. And also, they are the reason why a lot of brothers are still sleeping in their fucking cellar.
Yep.
Because of the shit that mom did in her past. All right? And I've been saying this all night. Yeah, you look at your mom now, she's like 60 years old, 70 years old or whatever. She's this sweet old lady, man. But a lot of our moms weren't these sweet freaking people, man, 30, 40 years ago, man. A lot of our moms were good for nothing bitches. They were schemers, scammers, boosters, thieves, dope heads, O's. I mean, this stuff didn't just get invented over the last 10, 15 years, man. There was hoes 30 years ago, 40 years ago. There was dope addict freaking chicks 30, 40 years ago. All right? There was ran-throughs 30, 40 years ago. And guess what? Some of them were our mothers. And we need to understand that. We need to get it. Because guess what? As a man, No one's going to let you run away from your past and wipe it away like it never existed. Trust me. You see it on here all the time where people get up here and they talk about people's criminal records, talk about what people did in the past, talk about how many baby mamas people have, and all sort kind of stuff. People won't let you run away from your past. They won't. But they'll let your old mama run away from hers, right? They'll let her forget about all her whoring escapades or her crack binges or her multiple babies by multiple men while she was struggling and could barely feed you, clothe you, and house you. But somehow she always had one of y'all in her damn gut. That was your mama. And quit buying into the she did the best she could crap.
Right.
Because
get off that shit.
Yeah, quit buying into that shit. A lot of them, they did the worst that they could. That's why life was the way it was, man. That's why life was the way it was for you. Those of you who grew up in those tough situations, trust me, man, your mother had a lot to do with that shit.
Absolutely.
She had a lot to do with why you grew up the way you grew up. She had a lot to do with why you got abused. She had a lot to do with why you got molested. Because I guarantee you, anybody who molested you, it was somebody that your mother gave readily access to you.
Right. She opened the door.
Yes.
She opened the door.
She gave them access to you by inviting them in the house that you lived in or taking you somewhere where this person was.
Right.
All right.
She knew the guy was an alcoholic. She knew he was a crackhead. She knew he was on drugs. She knew this.
She knew he had did it to other children. She knew that too. She knew it. And she knew he was doing it to you. And she denied it. You know why she denied it? Because she cared more about that Negro being in that house, laying in her bed, than she cared about your welfare. She did. Because if she cared about you when you told her about it, she'd have threw the Negro out, called the police, sick the dog on him, stabbed him, something. What did she do? She jumped on you, didn't she? Oh, he ain't doing nothing to you. You lying. And the dude continued to live right in the house, continuously getting access to you and continuously abusing you and molesting you. And you couldn't do anything. You were a kid. You had told the one person who was supposed to do something about it. So guess what? Once they did nothing about it, you couldn't do anything but accept it. You probably laid in your bed at night and twiddled your fingers and waited for this dude to come in your room at night. Because you knew if you went to tell your old mammy, she wasn't going to believe you. She wasn't going to do anything. So you had to get used to that. You had to get used to someone doing something to you that you didn't even understand because of her. Because if she was really interested in your well-being, really interested in your safety, the first time you told her would have been the last time he was able to do that to you. If he did it to you over and over and over, and I tell all the ladies that come on here, because like I said earlier, man, I have had multiple women on this channel talking about this shit, where they were abused over and over and over and over by creeps let right in by old mama. If she was really interested in your safety and your well-being, the first time you mentioned it would have been the last time they did it.
Now, here's what's happening nowadays. The women will get rid of the good men, the good fathers out of their lives, out of the kids' lives. Accuse the good man of sexual abuse. Yep. Right? All the while, the new nigga that they let in the house will actually be doing the abuse to the girls.
Absolutely.
And the boys.
And that is a major worry that I have with my daughter. That is a major worry to have with my 10-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Shout out to Grogu for the $1.99. If these black women love the Lord, they would get married. Yeah, hold your breath on that one. You will turn blue and eventually die. But I appreciate those coins you dropped on this platform. You get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform.
You know, to what she just said, you know, some of these women can be married all they want. It don't matter. They're gonna do what they're gonna do.
Yeah. I mean, especially younger, you know, because I'll say again, you know, that's what we talking about tonight. You know, our old mamas past, and you know, they do a lot of this bullshit, you know, as young women, and you know, the only thing that really stops them most of the time is getting old. You know, you get to be 60, 65 years old, you know, you can't lead with your pussy no more. You know, those days are over. All right. Those days are over. Ain't no leading with that motherfucker no more. So now they have to sit their ass down, you know, because they got arthritis, bad backs, diabetes, swollen ankles, swollen feet. You know, you can't do the shit you did when you was 25. You know, they got all these health problems, and you know, black folks, a lot of us, we don't eat right. That's why most of our ass is fat as hell. So, you know, they got all these health problems and everything else. That's the only thing that does put the brakes on this shit is age. All right? Because I tell you right now, and I'm a true believer, there's some of these 70-year-old women, if they could get out there and shake their ass and chase penises and fuck and get on their knees, shit, they'd be doing it at 75 if they could.
Yeah, they would.
Yep, they'd be doing it at 75, 80 years old if they could. I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you, brothers, this shit again. When you out and about and you see them old women and they speak to you, look in her eyes and check for the whole twinkle.
Well, I haven't gotten the whole twinkle. At least my experience, or they've come directly at me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm married.
Yeah. I've seen the whole twinkle a lot. I've seen it a lot, man. You know, because you know, I live in Mecklenburg. And you know, Mecklenburg is a lot of black people, you know, so you see a lot of old ass women, you know, like everywhere you go. And you know, they see you, you know, especially, you know, I jump out of the truck, you know, the trucks have my name on it, you know, because they my shit. And, you know, you jump out of the truck, you know, they know a brother working, man, and making a few dollars, you know, and you see these old women and they be like, hey, how you doing? And boy, they have that whole twinkle. That twinkle be so loud, you can damn near hear it. You could damn near hear it, you know? I mean,
and those older women would be a little bit more direct.
Yeah.
They're a little bit more direct.
Yeah, and I'm talking about women.
They're not indirect at all.
I'm talking about women in their 60s and 70s. I'm like, Jesus, these old ass women need to be somewhere freaking baking cookies for their damn grandchildren or some shit. They out here, you know, trying to holler at men and shit. Like, woman, your ass like 70 years old. What you gonna do with a dick? A dick will kill you. Kill your ass right now, girl.
I'm gonna be honest, man, because when I see them, and maybe I apply my own situation, but when I see them, because I've been approached by them, you know, on more than a few occasions, I look at them and I say, and I'm thinking in the back of my mind, dude, do you have a son my age that you fucked over?
Yeah.
And you want me to fuck you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think. See, that's what I think. Do you have a son that you fucked over and you want me to fuck you?
Like brother Cam Robb says, they need to take several seats out this motherfucker, multiple seats. Go home, grandma, and bake a cake for your grandbabies. Get up out of here. Get up out of here. Go home and freaking, I don't know, read your grandbabies a bedtime story.
I mean, when I look at them, man, I look at them and I say, you know what? Y'all ain't shit but workers of iniquity. You know, that's right. I got workers of iniquity.
Actually, it actually pisses me off, to be honest with you. It actually pisses
Crazy.
me off because you have, God forbid, if you tell me that you had kids, because that tells me that you have fucked over your own kids.
Yeah.
And then you want to come back and you want to double dip with children your own age whom you fucked over.
Yeah.
Say, bro, you from Chicago?
I'm not originally from Chicago. I'm originally from St. Louis, but I do live in Chicago.
Okay.
I've been living in Chicago for the last 15, 16 years.
Okay, I'm from Inglewood originally.
Chicago, Inglewood.
Uh-huh.
Oh, on which side of the Dan Ryan?
69th and Ashland.
Oh, okay.
West Inglewood.
All right.
Yeah.
I know exactly where you at.
Yeah.
Well,
you ain't far from Beirut.
Well, I mean, that's what it is.
You kind of on that west side of the Dan Ryan in Beirut. So
west side.
Right.
I'm in the Jackson Park area.
Okay. Man. All right. So you're in Jackson Park. All right.
Yeah, I'm in the Jackson Park area. Matter of fact, I'm right across the street where they're going to be building the Obama Library.
The Obama Library. Okay, I know exactly where you are. Yeah.
I've been over here for about 6 years. I've been over about 6 years. They took our field where we were, where our football program was practicing and playing for like 20 years.
Oh, so what we used to have the passing leagues at over there. They took those.
Yeah, they took that. Yeah, but they rebuilt they rebuilt the field right across the street from Hyde Park High School. They completely rebuilt the field, so that was a good thing. But it was a major issue because we had the media involved, and we had to shame some of the aldermen. Yeah, we had to shame the aldermen. We had to get some of them on the news and all of that. And the Obama Foundation started to back us up. So then they did rebuild the field. Yeah, but it was also a lawsuit because the environmentalists, the tree huggers, they held up the building of the field for like almost a year.
Okay.
But this is the area where I'm at. But I know where you at. You on the west side of it. You're on the west side of Inglewood. So you're on that side where the University of Chicago is still trying to get a foothold. On the east side of Inglewood, that ain't the old Inglewood. That's University of Chicago. They pretty much taking that up.
So if anybody listens to what it is that I be saying, that's prime real estate. West Inglewood is prime real estate.
Yes, it is. It is. It's gentrified, but what they're doing with that over there, they're allowing that to they're allowing the violence and all that to kind of continue to lower the property value. I know people personally who own property over there who just sitting on it. And they're waiting for University of Chicago to approach them. But University of Chicago is going to pretty much within the next couple of years, Inglewood is going to be completely gentrified. Right now, you wouldn't believe it, but it's going to be completely gentrified.
Now we're talking 10, 15 minutes from Lake Michigan.
Yep.
Some of the best beach spaces in the world, right? And then we're talking, because the area which you live in, they have the Museum of Science and Industry.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Washington Park, the DuSable Museum, right? And you are what, 15 minutes from downtown?
Yeah. Right on. If that really,
right. If that, 10, 15 minutes from downtown.
You can take one of the bus, the number 6 or the 28, take you right downtown.
And some of the best bus system. This is like the one.
Yeah, and this is the reason why they want it. Yeah,
it's the best bus system in the world.
Yeah, this is the reason why Chicago is one of those places where you can get it's kind of the looking glass of gentrification as to why they're doing it. Because Chicago, they want the inner city infrastructure. You have public transportation, the sewer system, all of that, all right here. within the city. So they want to push all these black folks out, and
The best water filtration
water
system in the world.
filtration, all of that. I mean, you can
Everything.
get right if you live within the city, you can go to work downtown. You don't even have to drive.
You don't have to
work,
drive.
Right, I work downtown. One of the largest law firms, probably in the world, but one of the largest, definitely in Chicago. And I take the bus, but I also drive. I take the train. I drive to the train, and then I take the train the rest of the way down because I'm not going to drive downtown. I know in the world I'm driving downtown. You'd be an idiot if you drive downtown.
Yeah, the park and ride.
Right. I mean, you park your car, you ride, you good. Just make sure you're not you're not parking it everywhere. They got the tickets and all that shit. But you good. And this is the reason why they're coming back to the city. They want the city. They want the infrastructure. Not only that, the homes that are already built within the city, they go all the way as far as down to 63rd. They got brownstone homes all the way down past 87. They got brownstone. All the infrastructure is there. Black folks are just leaving the dog and pimp just so they can say live in the suburbs.
I mean, if you guys think about it, right? Remember like Brooklyn, right? And they come in like what Spike Lee and them live at and all of that crap, right? Where his parents still live at.
Yep.
These buildings are better than those buildings.
Yes, they are. Because these are older buildings, and people don't understand when in the Midwest, these homes are built for long winters. And so you're talking about real hard, good mortar, bricks, basement, and all that. It just takes a little
only thing I do is get a tuck point in every 20 years.
Exactly. And I don't know if people know what brownstones are, but those homes are made with some very thick bricks, extremely thick bricks. So those homes are well built. We're talking about homes that was built in the 1900s that are still standing today.
Yeah, brownstones, good, very, very sturdy.
Yes, Chicago is full of brownstone homes.
Very sturdy. So is Brooklyn. Brooklyn, New York is lined with freaking brownstones that have been there forever.
And what I'm finding is that a lot of reverse migration or gentrification is happening in these areas that's full of brownstones.
And so if you're wondering why the system allows these women to do these things to these boys, it's actually so that it can drive you out of there so they can come back. Or they can come get these properties.
God damn it, exactly.
For cheap.
Yes.
Because these boys is out there right now carjacking people. Right? They're carjacking people. Now these is the mamas that get together, right? They don't want the daddies around, right? And they know that these little boys are little thieves and liars, right? And then they equip them with firearms. The mothers do. They're giving them guns. Listen, there's not a gun store in the city of Chicago.
Yeah, I can kind of believe that, man.
Not one. There is not one gun store in the city of Chicago.
Yeah, well, I can believe that a lot of these guns are coming from some of these women, man. I can believe that. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. But Grogu says these black hoes don't love the Lord because the Lord saith, close your funky legs and quit giving everybody your funk box. But we about to wrap up, man. We creeping up on 4 hours. I need to lay my old black ass down. Very stressed on the word old. Any parting shots, brothers, before we get up out of here?
Say, bro, do me a favor. Put your information in the back chat, man. So then that way I have it real quick, man, and we can link up because I got some things going on out there. It's not just the university that's buying up the land. So, I want to keep in touch with you.
All right, cool. Hold on. Give me a second, man. I'll put my email back here.
Yeah. So
parting shots.
I would say something to women, but it's almost like
You're wasting
what
your
is it?
time.
Yeah, wasting my time.
You're wasting your time.
Wasting my time. So as best fellas, try your best to stay in the lives of your children. Because the reason why the women are running you off is because they want to fuck up the kids. They only want what they can get out of these kids, and that's it. They don't love them, and they don't like them. Just as they looked at you as a piece of expendable dick, this is the same way that they look at the kids. Okay? And after a while, they look at the kids as not having any utility. And then they will want to pawn them off to you. Okay? If they decide to do that, because a lot of them just let them go by the wayside, right? And I've noticed this, and so I just label them throwaway kids. Okay? Because this is just what the women are doing. They're just having the kids, using the guys as sperm donors, and then throwing them away. Right? So, with that being said, from the birth of your children, try your best. Do whatever it is that you got to do to stay around those kids, man, because they're the only shot. You are the only shot that your kids have.
Pretty much.
Thanks, T.P.O.T, for having me.
Absolutely, man. Peace, brother. My Chi-Town brother, Perfect Black. Any parting shots before we get out of here, brother?
Oh, absolutely, man. Look, I like when you have conversations like this, because it's really important. Because there are a lot of black boys out there, even grown men, that have gone through these problems, man, and they don't understand why they are having the problems they're having as adults, and they haven't really made those connections when they were growing up, that their mothers have royally fucked them up, for lack of a better term. And thankfully that I've been able to come out on the other end of that. But I can tell you it wasn't easy, and it was and it's still an ongoing struggle, because you're talking about some very, very sensitive times in a human being's point of development, life development, and to have their mothers be the reason why they have been maldeveloped, they have been mal socialized, they have been mishandled, and for society to incentivize that type of bad behavior, I think it's incumbent upon us, those of us um, that are able to mentor not only black boys but black men, because this is an issue, because society really doesn't give a damn about black males. Society would rather use us as fodder for the prison systems and everything else, and any other way that they can profit off of that we can't. And I think that we need to really, really understand just how much we are under attack, and that know that we are under attack, but don't lash out, because now you're going to be even more under attack. If we understand and accept the fact that we are under attack, and understand and accept the fact that even in a good amount of times, that even our mothers, our own mothers, the very people that held us and carried us for 9 months and gave birth to us, or as my mother would say, carried us for 9 months and shitted us out, or the very ones would be the very first ones to serve us up to the system. Why? Because it benefits them. It does not benefit them to have strong black men. And quite frankly, there are way too many women out there, way too many mothers out there, my mother included, who can give a damn about black male development. And that's just the honest to God, the harsh truth. And the sooner that we come to terms with that, the sooner that we can be able to begin to heal and save the black community, no less. Because the black community is not going to be saved by anybody else but black men. And so long as we are in the stupor that we are in, and this stupor that is being fed by, for a good portion of it, by our own mothers, the black community is not going to be. It's not going to be any better. Our women are going to continue to render themselves whole generations to be undateable, not marriage material, or anything, until we get this wart out of our thinking, our minds, that black mothers are the queens and cannot be questioned and beyond reproach. Unless and until we get that out of our minds, nothing that we ever do within the community is ever going to be right, no matter what it is. This idea that black mothers are forever right has to be taken and stricken from our psyche. That is a wart upon our brains that we have to get that we have to remove. So with that, thanks, Brother X, for having me up.
Absolutely, my brother. Anytime. You already know what it is. Anytime. Right. Peace, my brother.
Peace.
Perfect blackness. Yeah, y'all, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up, but I'm gonna say this before we get up out of here, right? Everyone who's been watching the T.P.O.T YouTube page for any length of time knows that a lot of my fame came by way of saying this a lot.
These mamas.
So you are familiar with my spiel when it comes to these old mammies. But we didn't talk about the mammies of now, the old mamas of now, as much as we did the old mamas from the past. Now, I know a lot of people say, oh, X, the past doesn't matter, X. You're always talking about this stuff, Xavier. But there's a reason why I say the things I say, folk. I don't just say it for your entertainment. I don't just say it to be saying it. I say it because I think it matters. When we started off tonight, I spoke to you about good old mom here, right? Mom's 60, she's 70, You love her. You might have had a mom that was actually good to you when you were younger. She was straight up and down. She might have been a little tough, but she was good to you. She treated you like she loved you. She treated you like you were her child and not her property. She was interested in your education, your development, your character, your personality, your future. But unfortunately, folk, that wasn't all mothers. That isn't all mothers. And it's never going to be all mothers. Some of our mothers wasn't shit. And I know some of you out there know it. You know your old mom wasn't shit. You heard my brother, my Chi-Town brother, Perfect Blackness, get up here and tell his story. His mom had 9 kids. Didn't give a shit about any of them. Only raised 1. The other 8 were wherever, foster homes and all everything else. But even with her doing that, people will still have problems with him speaking out about it. Even though she did all kinds of shit. He's a success story. All that shit happened to Brother Perfect Black, and he made it out all right. He's a family man. He's got a wife, children, very successful in his career. But that's just it. Brothers like Perfect Black, man, are outliers. They're one-offs. Most dudes that grow up in that environment, man, a lot of those dudes end up in jail, on dope, dead, sleeping under a fucking bridge. But we like to sit up here and say that the mother had nothing to do with it. How they was raised had nothing to do with it. The chaos in their youth had nothing to do with it. I call bullshit on that, man. I call bullshit on it. You grow up with these fucking women, man, and they care more about their hair, their nails, the men they trying to screw, their drugs, their liquor, their partying, they're hanging out more than they do the kids. They're doing this shit before, during, and after they have the children. That's why we talked about Mom's Past tonight. And I'll say again, like I've been saying all night, I know it's hard to see this old woman here. Bending over somewhere, taking back shots on her damn knees in the park, licking balls, getting trains ran on her, screwing dudes in the bar bathroom, in the nightclub bathroom. Sleeping with 3 and 4 dudes at a time. That's why none of y'all know who your damn daddy is. It was her. You know, that sweet old gray-haired lady that be like, come on, baby, come over and fix my car. You're different now, right? Your mama now, right? But trust me, she's not that way because of you. She's not that way because she changed. She's this way now because her ass old. Especially if you had a ratchet, wicked, whole bag of a mother. You think she changed for you or her grandkids? No. What changed her old ass is age. You're too old to hold now. Who want to fuck with her old ass now? She's 65, 70 years old. See, that's when the reality sinks in. And that's usually when they fall in love with Jesus. They married to him now. Age is what stopped her, man. Not you, not your brothers and sisters, not virtue, Not a change of heart. Mom asked old. By the time she got to be 40, the field of suitors had narrowed. The phone wasn't ringing no more. Dudes her age were chasing dudes, were chasing women younger than her. Dudes her age didn't want anything to do with her once she got to be 40, 45. They were after them younger broads. So now she got plenty of time to focus on you now and beat your ass and beat across your head with that goddamn broomstick for the most tiny infinitesimal infractions that you may have done as a child. But her ass old, now she needs you. Drive her ass around. Pick up her medicine. Take her to the doctor. But see, I believe in confronting old mama. I've said it many, many times. You know, she call you up and want you to drive her to the doctor. Get her in your car where her ass can't escape. Cause it ain't like her old ass gonna jump out on the highway. Start asking her some of these questions, man. Mom, why'd you do this? Why'd you beat us that way? Why'd you leave us at grandma's house? Why you never stop this dude from coming in my room at night? Start peppering old mom with questions. And you tell her, look, mama, tell the truth. You know, something you've never done. Don't let her get away with this shit. Ask her about them days when she was a hoe. Ask her about them days when she used to be sniffing cocaine when you walked in the house. Ask her about those days when you come home and she got a different dude in there every damn week. Ask her about those days when she wouldn't help you with your homework. Ask her about those days when she used to be at the club every Friday night, but you couldn't even get a new pair of sneakers or pants or shirt or school supplies. Ask her about these things, man. Make her talk about the fucking past. She needs to talk about her past. It needs to be brought up. She needs to think about it. She's the one that teaches us to keep the fucking secrets, man. It's old mama. Have you keeping them secrets? It's her. She's the one. She loves for you to keep the secrets. She loves for you to keep those secrets, man. And she will keep them secrets up until the time she hit the fucking grave. She will drift right off into the deep sleep with no attrition. Because see, old mama, she don't think this is ever going to happen to her, man. She thinks she's going to be young and pretty and curvy and beautiful forever. She thinks she's fucking immortal. And the reality doesn't set in until she starts to realize that she's not. Because this does happen. You seeing here? This is all of their fate. This is all of our fate. Your mom ain't no different. Her black ass gonna eventually get old, just like the rest of us. The question is, does she get older and develop some degree of fucking attrition, man, for the shit she's done? Oh, mom shouldn't be able to run away from her damn past, man. Because you're not. You're not going to be able to run away from your past. You got to stop letting mom skate because mom got a pussy. And usually some of the worst shit that's done to you when you're younger is by your mom. It's not by some bully, some stranger, your father. It's usually by her. She's usually the one that treats you worse than anybody else. Just think back when you were a kid. Who beat you up more than your mama did? Who hurt your feelings more than your mama did? Who ripped your goddamn confidence from you, your ego, your self-esteem more than your mama did? It's just that at the time you were a kid. And you didn't realize she was doing it. You didn't realize she was doing it. But she was. It's like I said. She lives like she thinks she's fucking immortal. But she's not. She's just as mortal as you and I. She wants you to believe that she's this God queen that's going to rule over you forever. But the reality is that's not true. Despite of what she tells you, your ass does, you do eventually grow up. And her black ass eventually gets old. You know, she get to that age where she can't rely on her pussy no more, except to urinate. But even then, she has no attrition as far as you're concerned. So stop thinking she's this God queen, man, just because she had you. And I'm not trying to dissuade you, man, from loving your mother, man. You should love her. She's your mama. But she's no fucking deity. She's not perfect. She's not infallible. And just because she fucking gave birth to you doesn't mean you can't question some of the bullshit she did. You can't question some of the mistreatment you had. I mean, at some point, especially if your mom treated you bad, I think you should ask her about it. I think you should talk to her about it. Now, don't expect too much truth or an apology, but especially if it's got you hung up, at the very least, let her know. Let her know that you remember that she did some fucked up shit to you. you remember that she allowed some fucked up shit to happen to you. I know she wants to feel like, you know, you should have forgotten it. Are you ever going to get over crying about women? Well, big mad, if you don't like what's going on here, you can get the fuck out. And far as building something, motherfucker, I run a business that did $365,000 worth of receipts this year, motherfucker. How about that? How about that, motherfucker? How about that? Remember, you're here listening to me. I'm not somewhere listening to you. The same door that you came in, you can go out of. Don't tell me what to talk about on my shit, man. You're in the wrong place for that, brother. In the wrong place for that. Go somewhere else. No, I'm not triggered. But you gone. Fucking Negroes always want to come somewhere and tell somebody what to do with their shit. Really? You triggered. You triggered. That's all motherfuckers know how to say. You triggered. God, go learn a new motherfucking word, niggas. Go learn a new word. And oh yeah, the dislike you hit won't register either. Yeah, that won't register either. Big mad. Motherfucker handle is big mad, but he's gonna tell you you're triggered. Now, like I was saying, I think you should ask her about it, man. If it bothers you. Ask her about it. Ask her about it. Talk to her about it. For yourself. For yourself. Yep. 13 people and you're one of them. And you're fucking one of them. And study trying to come back. Study trying to come back. Study trying to come back. Ain't about how many people's watching. It's about motherfuckers coming in here trying to fuck with your character. I don't give a fuck if it was only 2 people in here. You're here watching me. I'm not somewhere watching you. That's the difference. Big mad. But anyway, like I said, man, mom's no deity. She's not perfect. You don't have to spend your life pretending that she is. All right? All right. So, we're going to go ahead and wrap this shit up. I appreciate, yeah, man, I know who he is, Brother Son is Hot Raw. I know exactly who he is. I know who he is. I know exactly who he is. But, like I said, that motherfucker's over here watching me. I'm not watching him. Oh, you only got 13 people here. Well, if you leave, I'll only have 12. If you leave, I'll only have 12. Goddamn Negroes, boy. I'm telling you, boy, these Negroes, boy, I mean, they cannot think past themselves. They just be talking and writing, you know. Motherfucker, you got a problem with what's going on here. Why are you here? Why are you here if you have a problem with what's going on here? I don't get it. Why is it that Negroes are always somewhere where they claim they don't like what's going on there? I will never understand that. If it's so whack, it's so lame, it's so this, it's so that, why the fuck are you here? You're here to do what? Make me change what I talk about? Good luck with that, Negro. Oh, what's good, brother AJ? I see you up there, man. Another one of my Chi-Town brothers. Shout out to Why You Mad, the show, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that, brother. As always. Said, but we support him also, Big Mad. See, I'm going to tell you something, brother AJ. Well, hold up. Let me give you your coin drop first. I'm going to tell you something about some of these YouTubers, man, that I've discovered over the course of time. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. I'm going to tell you about these people on YouTube, right? They are so wrapped up in YouTube, right? And they're like, oh, go build something. Motherfucker, I own my own business, motherfucker. And I don't hire nothing but brothers. Been doing it for 8 years. So I'm pretty sure you don't. I put 8 motherfuckers on my payroll this summer. How many motherfuckers did you hire this summer? How many? Yeah, that's what I thought. But they're always telling you to go build something. They sound like these hoes. They'll tell you to build something as opposed to telling themselves to go build something. Isn't that ironic? They tell you to go build something, not tell themselves. This is what I'm talking about. These type of people. These type of people will always be on fucking YouTube doing this kind of shit. Because make no mistake, brother, I'm not on YouTube to make money. I don't need it. I tell my folks all the time, I don't need your money. I make enough of my own. So far as going to build something, motherfucker, what you need to do is go find another channel to fucking hang out at. Because you barking up the wrong tree here, brother. You don't know what the fuck I do in my real life. Because, see, this shit here ain't really real life to me. This is a hobby, motherfucker. This ain't real life. You don't know who the fuck I am and you don't know what I do. You need to ask around, motherfucker. Maybe you'll find out. But in the meantime, enjoy your evening. Because from what I understand, people like you, they just keep returning, keep returning, keep returning, keep returning. Oh, you triggered, you triggered, you triggered. I'm surprised that black folks have such a limited fucking vocabulary. Can't you find something else to say? That the best you got? That the best you got? I'm so disappointed, brother. I expect more from someone who says, go build something. But I'll be right here waiting for your ass the next time, Negro. Better come a little more prepared next time. And let me tell you something else, too. Every fucking person I watch, everywhere I go, I have a wrench. And you know how many of them I ask for? None of them. Don't let me catch your ass in that chat room. Because what I'm going to do is write in there, go build something right before I block your ass. Sir. But anyway, I appreciate y'all coming out tonight, man. As always, I appreciate the cash apps and the super chats, man. But most importantly, I appreciate your participation in this stream. You know, like brother Perfect Black was saying earlier, man. You know, we're probably not going to get as young black men are not going to be able to develop into competent, productive people. A lot of them. I'm not saying all of them. They're not, man, until they get up out of that spell, man. That spell that mama got on them. But I'm not holding my breath. I never have, and I never will. And also, I don't take you good folks for granted, man. I never have, and I never will. Like I said, man, I appreciate y'all coming out tonight, man. You could have been anywhere on a Wednesday night, man. You decided to be here, and it is appreciated. I don't think we're doing anything tomorrow. We probably won't do none until Saturday. So just keep your eyes open for the thumbnail. But I do want y'all to go down there, man, and check out the pre-record I did called Black Fathers Don't Rock with Perry and Company. Go ahead and check that out, man, because it actually feeds into what we were talking about tonight. All right. All right. And for all my interlocutors, I know you air punching because you can't see that dislike register. The only one who can see it is me. And I'll never tell. So once again, man, as always, I appreciate y'all, man. I will leave y'all with 3 words, you know, like I always do. Open your minds. Peace, folks. What about this?
What about that? What about that? What about that? What about that? What about this? What about this? What about this?
What about that? What about this?
What about that? What about that? What about that? What about that? What about this? What about this? What about this?
What about that? What about this?
What about that? What about that? What about that? What about that? What about this? What about this? What about this?
What about that? What about this?
What about that? What about that? What about that? What about that? What about this? What about this? What about this?
What about this?
What about that?
What about that? What about that? What about that?
Only from T.P.O.T. Media. Open your mind.